the shadow, shadow, in the shadow, shadow, in the shadow, shadow, we're far from the shadow now. Letters on the sky, burning in your eyes. You look at me, babe, I wanna catch on fire. It's buried in my soul, like California gold. You found the light in me that I couldn't find. So when I'm all choked up but I can't find the words, every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. Lovers in the night, poets trying to write. We don't know how to rhyme, but damn, we try. But all I really know, you're where I wanna go. The part of me that's you will never die.
All right, and begin finishing up, please. Begin finishing up. Okay, so as I was looking at all of the biggest takeaways, there was one thing that I was hoping to see, but I didn't mention in my recap, so perhaps everybody kind of maybe forgot, right? But one thing that I mentioned yesterday as well, okay, that I was hoping to see in the comments, but I didn't. But remember, what makes a great offer is something that is beyond information, right? Remember that? I said, if you are somebody that's looking to sell some sort of training or course or event, anything that if you want to be able to create change for somebody else, and through transformation, you remember that information alone does not create change. It does not make somebody buy. Why? Because ultimately, if all you're doing is you're selling information, you're competing with a YouTube video, you're competing with a search engine, and ultimately you'll become a commodity. Okay. And I said one thing that you want to be able to do is you never want to hold back when it comes to information. And because now that we're about to transition into traffic right now, a very common thing, right? Before we talk about traffic, a very common thing that people normally ask me, they would say, Peng Joon, so if I am giving out free information, where do I draw the line? Because if I gave up all of my best stuff for free, then who's going to want to pay for my product, program, or service, right? How many of you here have a similar consideration, or you thought about that before, right? Right? It's a very common thing, right? So if I give out all of my best stuff for free on social media, then why would somebody buy my stuff? Okay, so a very important thing as we are about to transition to traffic right now is to understand that information today is cheap. It means nothing. Okay, and you will never be able to create a great offer just based on information alone, because whatever market they're in, whether it's trading, whether it's stocks, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's Facebook, whether it's playing the piano by ear, whether it's makeup, so anyone could easily find free information on that topic in one search. Okay, so if you're trying to market it based on information, it's not going to be worth much. So I said, what makes an offer valuable is all of the other stuff around information that helps them with either the execution or the implementation, right? In fact, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you would say, now that, even though this is a low ticket event and you guys have been here for 2 days, how many of you, and don't raise your hand if you don't agree, right? Only raise your hand if you truly agree with this, okay? How many of you would say that even though this was a low ticket event and you've been here for 2 days, you would say that in terms of information, I did not hold back. I gave you the best in my capacity that was possible. Show of hands if you truly agree, right? Okay, thank you. So what am I trying to show you? I'm trying to show you that when it comes to information, whether it is your free content on YouTube, whether it's on Facebook, you are constantly giving people the best possible information that you can in your capacity based on your capability to your audience, right? But what we want to do as part of your offer is to think about what are the other components. Do they need hand-holding? Do they need coaching? Do they need the right environment? Do they need accountability partners? Do they need constant insight? Do they need an action plan? Could they utilize your scripts, your tools, your systems? Can you make it so that you give them the template so that just plug and play so that they can just copy and paste it, right? These are all of the other things that YouTube can't do for your audience. YouTube can't give your audience an accountability partners. YouTube or Google search can't kick their ass and say, wake up, you need to be taking action right now, right? But that is what you could be doing for your audience. YouTube can't put them into group where they're meeting each other, they're networking with each other, they're supporting each other, and they're getting to know each other, and they're making friends or business partners or joint ventures, and because of that, doing deals. They can't do that, you can. Right, and that is what has value. YouTube can't call a person up and say, "Hey, it's the 19th of April, and you said that this thing's going to be done by 19th of April. What happened?" Right, and I want to make sure I'm supporting you to make sure that you do what you say you're going to do. YouTube can't do that, but your training, your systems, your programs can make that happen. Right, so you got to think about your number one competitor. Your number one competitor is not somebody else selling the same program. Your number one competitor is Google, YouTube, and a search engine, and that is what makes a great offer. So I just want to put it out there because I didn't see that in your biggest takeaways. Okay, so with that said, let's talk about traffic, right? How many of you here would love to be able to generate massive traffic to your funnels, or your offers, your products? Okay, great. So let's talk about traffic. Let's talk about what it is that I discovered when it comes to traffic and how to do it the right way. Okay, so when it comes to traffic, there's really just two main types of traffic. Okay, the first one is paid traffic, and number two, of course, there is, let me use free and green, okay, free traffic, sometimes known as organic traffic. And it's important to understand that traffic, whether it's paid or free, also when it comes to different platforms, right, the different platforms over here, whether it's paid or free, and how you create content and your messaging behind these platforms, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever it might be, most marketers categorize traffic whether it's paid or free, right? That's not how I look at traffic, okay? In fact, how I look at traffic is slightly different, okay? When I'm thinking about my messaging, I'm not thinking whether it's paid or free traffic, but what I do instead is I think about whether it is, number one, based on is it a pattern interrupt type of content? Okay, now what is pattern interrupt? Think of pattern interrupt as if we were to go back in time, okay, old school, right? From the moment there was any type of content marketing, let's begin with newspapers, okay? How did newspapers work, right? Newspapers, people bring out a newspaper and they will be reading the article, and sometimes within that article there's a little box, right? Or it could be an entire page where you're reading, and that box or the entire page, what is it? It's an ad, right? It is basically, think about it as your attention was on this piece of content, But on that page, there was a column, there was a box, there was an ad. Or you're flipping the page, there was an entire page, there was an ad. Some of you millennials is like, what's a newspaper? So back in the day, there used to be the case where there's these papers that they send to your house. In fact, they would throw it over the gate into your house, and that was how people consume news. Okay, for you millennials out there, right? So that's like a pattern interrupt, right? Same thing for movies, right? You could be watching the TV, right? Millions like, what's TV? Well, TV used to be this magical box that you could look into, and they would have moving pictures. And as you're watching this video that's on TV last time, back in the day, 20, 30 years ago, between the movies, they would have ads, right? So like literally, you could be, your attention is on this movie. It could be an old James Bond movie. And then all of a sudden, it stops and this Dunhill ad comes up, right? Style, quality, excellence, right? And now what is that? That's a pattern interrupt, right? Your attention is on this medium, and then there's a pattern interrupt. Now, I'd like you to think about the platforms today. What's a pattern interrupt type of thing? Well, type of content. Well, the first type of content that's a pattern interrupt, what is this? This is Facebook, right? You're scrolling. And what is going to stop the scroll and allow you to focus your first three and give your first 3 seconds of attention is a pattern interrupt. Now, what is a pattern interrupt? A pattern interrupt could be your choice of thumbnail. It could be your image. It could be your video, right? It could be your headline, right? It could be something that stands out. Maybe everything's in color, so suddenly it's black and white. But it's what stops the scroll, right? So the first thing you got to think about is the content that I'm putting out there a pattern interrupt type of content, which is something that stops the scroll. Doesn't mean that it's an ad, right? All these aren't ads, right? Well, this is an ad, but this guy here, this thing here is an ad, right? So what stops the scroll? Is it the borders over here? Is it his headline, right? What stops the scroll? Is it the image? Is it because it's black and white? Is it because it looks weird, right? Is it because it's the thumbnail, right? It's a pattern interrupt. So the first thing we want to do when it comes to traffic is to first think, am I creating a pattern interrupt piece of content? Because if it's pattern interrupt, your messaging is going to be very different from number 2. Okay, so pattern interrupt is the first type of traffic. Number 2, the second type of traffic is traffic, in fact, that is based on search. Okay, search type of traffic. So what does this mean? Okay, well, let me give you some examples of different platforms that is in these different categories, right? So for search, what is search? What type of platforms is search? So for example, let's take, right, a good example would be YouTube, right? YouTube, Google, right? Now let's talk about YouTube first, okay? Now when it comes to a platform like YouTube, how does a YouTube video get discovered over time, right? Just think about it. Like for YouTube, how many of you here notice that it's very common that sometimes whenever you do a search on Google, sometimes you get a YouTube related video in the search engines on Google. How many of you notice that, right? Okay, very common. So that's the first way a YouTube video can get discovered, where somebody is typing in a specific keyword or search and Google shows a YouTube video. Now, why is it that Google does that? It is because over a decade ago, Google bought over YouTube for $1 billion and people thought they were crazy back then. But we got to understand that Google as a search engine does not make money when a person does a search. They make money when somebody is watching a YouTube video and an ad pops up, and that is when they're getting paid from the advertisers. So in other words, we got to understand what Google wants, right? What Google wants to do is they want to funnel as many people that's doing a Google search into YouTube, because that is when they are getting paid. And that is why you'll see Google will never recommend any other video platform, whether it's Vidler, whether it is Vimeo, whether it is Wistia. There's thousands of other video companies, but Google will never recommend any of them in their search results. Why? Because Google is extremely biased, right? Google owns YouTube, and that's how they make money. So in other words, if we were to talk to somebody, and if we want to create content that's based on search for YouTube, our messaging is very different compared to the messaging that we have for a piece of traffic that is based on pattern interrupt, right? So what is pattern interrupt? Pattern interrupt platforms would be like platforms like Facebook, right? It could be platforms like Instagram, where a person is scrolling, and what makes them stop the scroll, right? Whereas for search, this is more about what people are searching for, and we want to be able to utilize keywords that is catered for what they're searching for, so that they actually stay, and there's watch time and there's retention, right? More about that in a second. But this is where I want to be able to help you with the messaging, because which content you want to create and focus on, or whether you're going to do both, you got to be able to be very clear on your messaging. And I so wish that somebody told me this a long time ago. You see, what I didn't realize when I first started out is, when I first started out creating content, what I would do is I would create a video and I would post this same piece of content on all platforms. I'll post it on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, because some other guru told me to do so, okay? But what I didn't realize is, when I first started doing this, like platforms like YouTube, it wasn't doing well. I couldn't understand why. I did well on Facebook. I got over 2 million followers eventually on Facebook. But on YouTube, it's like it wasn't getting any traction. And I made this mistake for years. I thought, you know what? One day it's going to catch up, right? So what I didn't realize was that I was taking pattern interrupt type of content and I was putting it on a search type of platform, and I wasn't creating content that matched the context of the platform, okay? So I'm going to talk about the specifics of how to utilize the right messaging for these two different platforms, okay? Because when we understand this, that is when we can create content that actually works for these type of platforms. So let's begin with this first part, this first piece here first, okay? Let's talk about pattern interrupt. How many of you here would love to be able to find out what it is that I discovered after literally spending millions of dollars on ads, creating content based on this pattern interrupt, okay? So yesterday I showed you a glimpse of some numbers. I'm going to start off by first walking you through some basic principles, okay? When it comes to creating pattern interrupt type of content, okay? So how many of you here would like to see behind the scenes to a multi-million-dollar ad campaign and content machine? How many of you would like to be able to see that? Okay, cool, thank you. So I never believe in teaching theory. I want to show you that what it is that you're about to discover isn't something that I feel is going to work. It is something that we do behind the scenes, every single day. Okay, so team, you can just share my screen. Let me just show you a couple of things. Okay, different ad accounts. Okay, so in this first ad account that you see over here, I want to walk you through some numbers. Okay, so as you can see, this ad account, it has, these are active ads running right now. And you can see like this account over here, impressions wise, it has reached 477 million people with about a $2.9 million ad spend. Okay, so what are ads? Ads are pattern interrupts, right? Ads isn't, people aren't searching for something on Facebook. It's a pattern interrupt. I'm interrupting somebody's feed. Okay, so at the same time, yesterday I talked about how when it comes to the ads inside the campaigns, let me just show you a few different examples. Okay, you will see that on the left hand side there are all these different ads, right? There's like consumers versus producers, neon, hope and pray method, get all of your video ads done, girlfriend and boyfriend meme, videos that sells, ugly videos that sells, dynamic creatives. Now all these things that you're seeing over here, okay, you'll notice that this is for a campaign. Some of you might have been on it. It's called the Videos Challenge, right? But I would like you to notice that all these angles, now what are they? These angles, like ugly videos that sell, right? Me running ads, how most marketers run ads. What is it? It is a different hook. Okay. Now what is a different hook? So for example, let me give you some examples. Okay. So this ad over here, which is how most marketers run ads, me running ads, the shame ad, unstable relationship ads, they're all a different angle or point of entry because different people might resonate with different things. Okay, so for example, this shame ad over here, let me just show you a few different examples. Okay, my train of thought. Okay, these are my one of my higher I'm going to show you both in mid-tier production, low production, and high production value. Okay, so understand that when it comes to an ad and the production value of an ad can be from extremely zero budget, no budget, and you can scale that to however expensive you want it to be. Okay, there's really no end to it. Okay, it could be a Super Bowl ad, but I want to show you like the different angles. Okay, in fact, before I show you the mid-range one, let me show you different ads. Okay, so for example, let's begin with this one. This would be super low production, but extremely effective. Okay, so let me show you how that video looks like first, and then I'll deconstruct it for you. Okay, now this was an ad that I did live once, selfie mode, right? This was an ad that I did once, selfie mode, in 2019 through a Facebook Live, right? How many of you here would like to see an example of an ad that I did once, 2+ years ago, that I'm still running today as an ad? Show of hands. Okay. So again, I want to be able to show you from zero production so that for those of you who say, I don't have a Ping Jun, I don't have any capital to create ads, good. Then you can create a video just like this one. Okay. But you'll notice that they all follow a similar framework. Okay, so this video over here, take a look at this. Okay, it's called ugly videos that sell. Okay, now what is ugly videos that sell? That's the hook, right? And you can see, what does my first 3 seconds look like? It looks like this. It's literally me wearing a face mask, right? And today this video here is still running as an ad. Okay, so let's just take a look at what the open looks like. I've been getting all these different comments when it comes to video and different considerations like, Ping Jun, what type of camera should I be using? What type of mic? What type of angling, camera, microphone? Should it be horizontal, landscape, or portrait mode? Like, what should I be doing? Like, what if I don't look good on camera? Now, when it comes to video marketing, we all know that videos will give you an unfair advantage. We all know that videos will help you rank better on search engines. It helps you get more traffic. It gets you more visibility. It will position you as a leader, as an authority if you have a great message. Why? Because, well, most people aren't willing to do video. And the considerations that I've been getting on why a person wouldn't do video, even though they know all of these different benefits, it perplexes me, because things like the craziest things, like it's gonna be permanent. What if I'm ugly? I actually got, like, do you know what? Talk to my nostril, okay? I'm gonna, like, I got comments saying, like, what type of angle? What if I don't look good? It's ridiculous. Okay, let me just pause this for a second, okay? So notice this is a unscripted video on a Facebook Live that today is still an ad. It's got about 487,000 views. I'm still, and by the way, guys, hopefully you can start seeing that I'm not teaching you theory, guys. You see this bar over here? You know what this bar means? It means that this ad is still live. Okay, it's something that I did once in a Facebook Live, took me about 5 minutes, that I'm still running as an ad today. Why? Because this ad is still profitable. This ad that I did once in 2019, every time I put $1 in, I am getting more than $2.50 out from it. And that's why it's still an ad based on this one video that I did in February 2019. Okay. So now what is this? What is this thing right here? This is a different hook, right? It's a different hook. So yesterday, remember I talked about this? So yesterday, I talked about, let me see if I can get the file yesterday, okay? Let me just load it up. Let me look for the file, okay? So yesterday, we talked about this, okay? Let me just load this up. Okay, so remember this? So yesterday I said, when it comes to building a funnel, you must know what is your cost to acquire a customer and how much an average customer is worth. So all this is, in fact, let me just rub this off now. Okay. So what this is, and hopefully you can start seeing this is just another angle, another hook, right? Which is one of the many variation of ads that I have. And this hook is called the ugly videos that sell. You know what? I'll just try it out, right? Ugly videos. Okay. So all I'm doing is I'm publishing this ad or this video, and and guess what? Organic is dead on this platform, right? Facebook. In most cases, you got to pay to play this game. That's the nature of the platform right now. A lot of people are complaining and whining ever since Facebook changed that about 4 years ago. You can whine, you can complain, or you can adapt. Okay, but that's the nature of the game right now. Nobody's seeing it organically. So what that means is, even though I've got, slightly over 2 million followers, I don't have any edge over you guys, because if I post a video up, chances are is Facebook shows it to 0.01% of my audience anyway. Okay, so it does not matter if you don't have an audience or a following on Facebook. So ultimately, what am I doing? I'm creating this ad, and based on this ad, I know what my CPA is. It's about $25 or so. Okay, and I'm sending it to my funnel. What is my funnel? It is the videos challenge. Right now, that video was about 5 minutes long. We don't have to watch the whole thing. But basically, at the end of the day, I said, so even if you are not charismatic, even if you're ugly, even if you're short, even if whatever, right? Even if you're shy, even if you're introverted, and if you want to be able to create ugly videos that sell, then all you got to do is take me up on this challenge. And what am I sending people to? I'm sending people to the funnel, right? Which is the videos challenge funnel. And I know that based on this funnel, I know exactly how much a person is worth to me whenever they go through any funnel of mine. So as long as the amount of money that I'm putting in here is less than my average cart value, I will just keep pumping in as much money as I can. Right? Raise your hand if this makes sense so far. Okay? Okay, thank you. Now, the problem with this is, if you just had one ad angle, what's going to happen is, if this video started off well and it's converting and it's making me money, usually what happens is it starts to fatigue out. This is known as ad fatigue. Please write that down. Ad fatigue. Okay. Now, what is ad fatigue? It means that right now, let's say in 2019, I created this ad, and this ad is profitable. For every $1 that I spend and I put into this funnel, and let's say I am getting back $3 out. I'm top of the world. I'm celebrating. I'm drinking champagne, right? I'm celebrating good times, and then I'm trying to spend more money in here, and I realize 1 week later, you know what's going to happen? 1 week later, this might not necessarily happen anymore. It's not sustaining at scale. As I try to spend, hey, you know what? There's good times. Let me start spending $100 a day, and then I'm still profitable. So let me start spending $1,000 a day on this ad. Since for every $1 I put in, I'm getting back $3 in return. Now, what's going to happen is similar audiences are going to start seeing the same ad over and over again, and eventually they're blinded by it. They're like, not this ad again, right? So for that reason, you got to constantly create different ads with different hooks, right? So what is the different hook? A different hook for something like that is a pattern interrupt, right? So let me just share my screen again. So this would be like a low quality, low production selfie mode, nothing, no fancy cameras, right? This is literally just shot from my iPhone. It was even done live, unscripted, totally raw. But because it's profitable, it's still running as an ad angle today that has approximately 500,000 views, right? So how many of you here feel that you could create a really raw looking video with zero production value, right? How many of you could do that, right? So notice all I'm doing is this is just focused on the script. But what is the hook? The hook is that it's not common that when you shoot a video or when you look at your Facebook feed, you see something that appears like this, right? Now that is the pattern interrupt. Now, like I said, with all pattern interrupt type of videos, you could start from zero production value and scale that to however fancy that you want. Okay, so let's go up one notch. I'll show you like low, mid, and high-ish. Okay, so the next one would be this next ad over here. Let me just load this up. So this ad over here is an ad that, let me see if I can get you the numbers. Okay, so this is another ad of mine that is the shame ad. Let me see if I can. So this ad over here has gotten over 1.5 million views. I need to get the exact number again. Let me see if I can see it. So anyway, let me just play you this video first so they can see. So this is slightly up one notch, but it's still an ad. Okay. Watch how it sounds like. Boss, give me a moment. Our Facebook ads yesterday, I'm not sure if it was the targeting, the image, the audience selection. But yesterday we lost $37.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you coming clean to me. But you know what this means, right?
No, please.
If I can have a minute of everyone's time, please. So today, I just learned that due to incompetence and ignorance, we've lost $37 in Facebook ads today. Marvin!
Yes, son?
Bill?
There you go, my queen.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Go home, man! You ain't got this bitch, you wanna go? Go home,
Okay, so if you notice, oh wait, extra credits. I'm ready.
And action.
We will
Okay, so this like kind of like behind the scenes stuff. But notice that this is still an ad. What is this ad doing? It's promoting this funnel called $1 Million Ads. And
cost $37.
so this over here, this ad over here, right? Obviously, if you've ever watched Game of Thrones, this is a parody based off Game of Thrones. And if you take a look at this ad was launched about 6 months ago. It's got 2.8 million views, and it's still an ad that we are running today. Why? Because again, this is a different angle. It's a different hook, right? Slightly higher production value. There wasn't, it's still just based off a typical DSLR camera, but because it involves people now, there's more logistics to it, right? But this is how I look at ads, right? I'm coming from the angle of it's not a one-time thing, but I'm creating an asset that lasts forever. I would like all of you to write that down. I'd like you to think about as one good ad is really an asset that you can utilize forever. Like this ad over here, I'll be able to utilize this ad 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 3 years from now. This ad will still be relevant, okay? And it is going to be something that took us, a day's work, a couple of hours, but it is going to be well worth it. Okay, so if you are wondering who Clement is, this is Clement. I can't pause it because it's. So somebody asked who's Clement. Okay, so yes, this is Clement for you, everybody. He's joining us here on this event, supporting the event, and for those of you who was wondering. Anyway, so what am I doing over here? So notice that right now, this next ad is, right? So now, because I've got a different angle, what is this angle? This would be like, the shame ad, right? Targets a different crowd, different person. Now, obviously, this targets a different funnel, okay? So this was for a videos challenge, right? I would have another funnel over here, right? And now this would be like same thing, average cost to acquire a customer. I would have, this shame ad, and this shame ad would have a different cost to acquire a customer, right? So all these type of ads, it doesn't need to be of super high production value. It could be low production value, right? But I always like to have a good mix of everything. If you're just starting out, just utilize the raw, simple videos, okay? But you got to start somewhere, okay? So, like I said, you can scale it all the way to expensive, high-end production value. And the one perhaps that I'll show you is, okay, let's take a look at this one. Let me just share my screen right now. So some of you might have seen this. I don't know if you ever got this ad targeting you, but this was a rap video. Okay, this video over here was a music video that I did. It was something that was extremely uncomfortable to me. Now, obviously, I am not a rapper. So what I did was I hired a rapping coach. That's right. I actually hired a rapping coach to walk me through the process. And let me see if I can get you the numbers. Let me see how it works. And then view desktop news feed. Okay, this might be it.
You see that? Facebook.
Okay, so this ad over here, this is an ad that I think this one has exceeded about 2 million views as well. Anyways, this is how it looks like. Okay, so this is still an ad promoting a product, right? Nikhil says, why is this ad not getting fatigued after months? Here's why. Remember what I showed you yesterday, guys, before I showed you this video? The reason why it's not being fatigued out is because there's literally tens of thousands of ads in my account, and we are rotating around these different ads because we've got so many ads to play around with. Okay, that's why it's not getting fatigued out. Of course, once in a while it does get fatigued out, and when it does get fatigued out, we rotate it with somebody else. John says, is that Russell Brunson? Yes, it is. He actually appeared as a cameo in my music video. So let me show you how this might look like. Okay, how many of you here would like to see a really uncomfortable video that I did of me creating a music video? Okay, which is actually an ad as well. Okay, okay, here we go.
I'm gonna print off a Facebook ad, right? You see that? Facebook ads. Facebook ads.
This song goes out to anyone that's ever been in or is currently going through an unstable relationship with their advertising platform. When we first met, it was love at first sight. So much engagement every day and night. Romantic dinners by candlelight. But lately I've been feeling something's not right. Was once a smile, now it's a frown. At cost going up, relevancy score going down. Now each day that we're together, it's like rolling the dice. I reached out to ask my friends for their advice. Grant Cardone condoned the feelings I had for my ex. I sat at home alone before I started to 10x. The late night calls with support causing me constant stress. Appealing suspended accounts inside messenger text. Ty Lopez says use a Lambo to get arbitrage, and if you do it will lead you to having a menage. But it didn't. I guess I wasn't here in my garage. Terms of service updates then I'm forced to sign, while my retargeting performance are all in decline. FTC compliance has got me by the behind. The look of my lookalike audiences are all unrefined. Optimization changes depressing me. Forget about CBO, I need some CBD. And if it was up to me, this relationship wouldn't end. But just like your pixel tracking, we're on again and off again. Started sharing feelings with Gary Vaynerchuk. That's when he told me, bro, nobody gives a Stop the whining, keep on grinding and you'll get unstuck. And get on TikTok if you really wanna make a buck. Russell Brunson took me out to a luncheon. As we were munching at bruncheon, he came close and told me something that has been the single most important thing in my life, but I'm not sure if I can tell you what it was. He said it was a secret. And I know you're not the only one. YouTube, Google Ads, and Pinterest, they all have come undone. I tried to run, but it's quicksand and I'm sinking. I might try a few one-night stands with LinkedIn. Grant Cardone condoned the feelings I had for my ex. I sat at home alone before I started to 10x. The late night calls with support causing me constant stress. Appealing suspended accounts inside messenger text. Ty Lopez says use a Lambo to get arbitrage, and if you do it will lead you to having a menage. Sometimes I feel this whole relationship's been sabotaged. Hey Zux, has your love always been a mirage? You put the pain in my campaign. Left me feeling like I got kicked in the gonads. But I'll refrain and still remain always here, trying to tap that ROAS. Okay, so it's very subtle, but what I wanted to do is, like, you know, at the end of every movie, there's like the explanation of what happens to the main character at the end of the movie. So I wanted to create this ad, the same thing. So it's very subtle, but at the end, there is a call to action. After all, it is an ad, and I want to be able to get return on ad spend of creating an ad like this. So this ad over here, you'll see that there is a call to action, which is the $1 million ads over here, but it's very subtle, right? So now, again, what is the purpose of this? The whole purpose of this is to create a different angle, different hook. It would reach a different type of audience altogether. And one of the things that I did in this video is you'll notice that in this video, I had a few cameo appearances. Now, why did I have these cameo appearances in here? You might have noticed there was like Gary Vee, there was Grant Cardone, there was Russell Brunson. The whole reason is because I am literally targeting their audience. Okay. So even before I created this video, I began with the end in mind. It's like, who do I want to target? So I'm going to be targeting their audiences, right? Because their audiences will know who they are. They might not necessarily know who I am. So this is an example of a pattern interrupt. Now, I could keep going on, but obviously we're not going to look at 10,000 different ads. But coming back to this, okay, so what does this mean? It means that your first type of content that you can create is for platforms like this. And by the way, you could be thinking, but Peng Joon, I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper either. What some people might not know is I actually hired a rap coach, paid this coach $25,000. Okay, this is US dollars. Went to with my coach to a music studio, was an experience on its own, and had this recorded in a professional studio. Okay, that's not even including all of our flights, accommodations, recording, production, all of that. Okay. But this one ad alone, on the first month, it did over 100K in sales for us. And again, fast forward today, it's still an ad that we're utilizing, even though it was shot like 1.5 years ago. And it's still, still getting us a lot of visibility and leads. So what am I trying to get you to do? I'm trying to get you to get started, right? Doesn't need to be high production value. It could be as simple as that ugly looking selfie video where you're just raw talking to it. But as long as, remember, what you need to do when you leave this event, you need to build a system, right? Everybody say system. Everybody say system. Okay, you need to build a system. So whether it's a low ticket funnel, whether it is a webinar funnel, whether it's an application funnel, a system that allows you to go to Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, that allows you to put $1 in and get back $3 out. That's what you need to do. Okay, that's the big picture of things. So hopefully with this, it's motivating and inspiring some of you to see your potential and what it is that you could be doing, right? How many of you here are getting some really good ideas just based on modeling and watching what I'm doing? Okay, good. So for something like this, let's talk about, now obviously there are a lot of different frameworks that you could utilize for pattern interrupt. I'm going to give you like the most popular and common one out there that I utilize all the time. Okay, there's a lot of different frameworks. We don't have the luxury to go through all of them, but let's talk about one that you can utilize all the time. That you'll notice that a lot of my videos, they all utilize this angle. And this is the typical hook story offer method. Okay, now let me explain to you how to apply and implement this. Okay, number one, let's think about what the hook is. So what is a hook? In every pattern interrupt video, you got to have something that stops the scroll. Please write down stop the scroll. So whether it's an image, whether it's a video, you got to think about when somebody is scrolling and they're scrolling, what is your thing that is going to stop the scroll that makes them go, huh? Right? Think about kind of like, I don't know if you guys have a dog or if you've ever had a dog. How many of you here have a dog or had a dog before? Show of hands. Okay. You know how when you're talking to your dog sometimes and your dog goes like this, as though they understand what it is they're saying, but they really don't, right? So that's kind of like a hook. It's kind of like when a person is scrolling and then they're going, huh? Right? And they're scrolling. Now that is what makes a great hook. It makes them stop and they're a little bit confused to, I wonder what's going on, right? And this is when they give you that first 3 to 10 seconds of attention. Now, why would somebody give you the first 3 to 10 seconds of attention? When there's something unusual. Now, this could be a headline. This could be how you start off the video. This could be your image, your thumbnail, right? But if it's a video, let's talk about the languaging and your messaging first, okay? What makes a great hook? It could be something unusual. Now, something unusual doesn't need to be something fancy. Something unusual can be as simple as you with a different angle. It could be you sitting down, squatting here, looking at the phone, and the video starting off like this. Okay, so I want you to understand that a hook doesn't need to be fancy. In fact, I have done this a lot of times. In fact, let me see if I can find you one angle. Just give me a second, okay? Okay, wait. I'm trying to find you because there's so many ads in here as I'm scrolling through this. I am trying to find you one ad that begins that way. Okay, so let me just see if I can find an ad. If I can, great. If not, no big deal either. But I just want to show you that it doesn't need to be fancy, okay? So, give me 10 more seconds. If I can find it, great. But I'm just trying to, I'm trying to search for it, but I don't remember the name of the ad. Anyway, we've got far too many ads. Okay, so anyway, the video is right. Subhash says the videos challenge follow-up. Some of you even know the ads better than me, right? You might have seen it, but it's basically just a video, selfie mode, shot from my video camera, okay, where it's me looking at my phone, squatting down, talking to the camera like this, okay? Now, that itself is a hook, right? Some of you might have seen it, right? Why? Because it starts off with something that's unconventional. You don't really see videos or things on your feed that begins that way, right? That's one angle. A hook is just an angle, right? You could start with you in the mask, in a sheet mask. It could be, number two, right? What makes a good hook? Another angle for hook is the utilization of a prop. Please write down a prop. Now, what is a prop? Now, this is the secret, okay? How many of you here would like to be able to have the secret, to understand the secret, to justifying anything you want to buy to anybody, to your spouse, to your husband, to your wife? How many of you would like to know that secret? Okay? If you guys want to know the secret, come a little bit closer. Do this. Everybody do this. Everybody do this. Let me tell you what the secret is, okay? Okay, so here's the secret, okay? The secret is, if you want to buy anything that you want in life, please write down this sentence. Please write down the words, honey, comma, it's for an ad. Honey, it's for an ad. Okay? That's right. So let's say you wanted to buy this Captain America shield for $1,000. And your wife says, you just spent $1,000 on a Captain America shield? Why would you want to do that? What is your answer? Your answer is, honey, it's for an ad. Now, by the way, this really is for an ad, okay? And it was about $1,000. But ultimately, what is this? This is a prop. And this is a great way to start off a video with a pattern interrupt, right? But so one of the things that you might not realize is that next to this studio, okay, there's this cupboard here with a ton of different props, okay? Now, let me just step out of frame for a second, okay? Now, next to me, there are, I'm just trying to take as many things that I can. Some of you might know I'm a bit of a nerd and a Marvel fan, but I've got all these different things in here. And why do I buy these things? Well, honey, it's for an ad. I've got, and whenever, so why is it an ad? It's a great hook, right? It's a great pattern interrupt. This one over here is a wearable Iron Man machine, Iron Man helmet, okay? And how I'm thinking about this is like, yeah, it feels ridiculous to buy something like this, but the reason why it's totally justifiable is because, honey, it's for an ad, right? So all these different props in here, I justify it with an ad. And the truth is, I make all of it back the moment the ad goes live, right? How many of you here would like to be able to buy anything you want in life and to be able to justify it because it truly makes you your money back after you buy it when you run this an ad? Okay, so this prop over here, in fact, this prop over here was something that Russell Brunson used in his book Traffic Secrets. If you ever read the book Traffic Secrets, he tells this story. I watched the movie Infinity Wars with Russell. I was in Boise and we went to the movies together. We watched that movie. And after the movie, I said, you know what Thanos feels like? And by the way, if you haven't watched Infinity Wars yet, spoiler alert. It's not really a spoiler. It's been 3 years. Come on. I mean, so spoiler alert. But when Thanos snaps his finger and he kills like 50% of the people, I said, you know, it's kind of like Mark Zuckerberg is kind of like Thanos, where he snaps his finger, the algorithm changes, and 50% of marketers gets wiped out, right? And if you take a look at like the third page or the first page or something like that, within the first 3 pages of Traffic Secrets, Russell Brunson tells a story. He tells a story of how we went to the movies, and right now the state of traffic is something like that, right? So what did I buy this thing to tell that story? I tell that story of how ultimately traffic, if you want to be able to, anyway, so I utilize this as the hook, right? So that's the first piece, the hook. The hook is the pattern interrupt, is the thing that stops the scroll. You can utilize this with a prop. You can utilize this with anything. It could be an oversized calculator. It could be something that just, it could be, by the way, a hook could be just you doing this. It could be, you know, from you covering the camera and then starting off like this. It's just something that makes it different. Now, why do marketers love shooting videos when they're in the car? Well, it's not just to show off their cars, but it is because it is a constant moving background. Because of that reason, it's a constant pattern interrupt. That's one of the reasons why they do it as well. Okay, aside from showing off their cars. So that's number one. If you want to create a pattern interrupt piece of content, number one is, what is the hook? Is it the headline? Is it the start? Is it, am I utilizing a prop? Okay. Number two, is it because it's a weird angle? Right. Number two is, you got to back up the hook with something, because if your follow-up wasn't strong and if it didn't make sense, then that is when your audience is going to feel like they were misled, and that's when it's going to feel like it's a clickbait. Okay. And that is when number two is when you need to have a story. You need a story that backs up the hook. If not, your audience will feel, oh, that was clickbait and that totally didn't make sense. Okay, so let me give you an example. Okay, so let's say I'm utilizing this as a hook and I'm coming from the angle of, in the next 7 minutes, you're going to discover why Thanos, who is killing off 50% of the superheroes out there, it's kind of like what's happening in the world of Facebook and traffic and social media platforms right now. Because if you give me your next couple of minutes, your attention, you're going to be able to discover why most marketers are getting wiped out, as well as getting their accounts shut down. Hey, this is Peng Joon here, and today in this video, I want to walk you through the story of how this hand over here has everything to do with social media marketing and the current state of the internet. So, right, so notice what I'm doing. I started off the hook, but now I'm transitioning into the story. Okay, so notice what I will do in the story. So it would be, so right now, when it comes to the online marketing world, Facebook is constantly changing. The algorithm is changing. one day Mark Zuckerberg would say, hey, you know what? This thing is no longer acceptable. I hate chatbots. No more chatbots. And for that reason, people that's on chatbots, they get wiped out. The next day could have a different ruling. The following week, they could have a different ruling. Ultimately, if you want to be able to stay ahead of the curve so that you don't get wiped out, is you got to understand the Facebook algorithm and what it is that the Facebook algorithm wants so that you don't get wiped out just like the other marketers. Then notice what I'm doing. Now I'm transitioning to number 3. Okay? If you are somebody that wants to be able to be ahead of the curve so that you're not the 50% that gets wiped out, but rather the other 50% that is surviving but also thriving, then all you gotta do is click on this link below to join me for my this will be the call to action, right? This could be to join me for my upcoming masterclass, my upcoming webinar. It could be, if you want to stay ahead of the curve, go ahead and grab a free copy of my book. You just need to cover shipping, right? Your call to action, if you have an application funnel, would be, so one of the things that I do to help clients like you is I want to make sure the right fit with each other. And if you want to be the 50% that is thriving, all you got to do is click on this link below to schedule for a strategy session with somebody from my team or myself, right? So it's a call to action. And again, the call to action will vary depending on your value ladder and where it is you're sending people to. If you're sending people to a challenge, it would be. So if you want to be able to stay ahead of the curve, I want to be able to show you how to create ads that is compliant, that Facebook will love you for. And all you got to do is join me for my 14-day Facebook ads challenge where we create a different ad every single day. So all you got to do is click on this link below to make sure that you're the 50% that's actually surviving and thriving, right? So all I'm doing is it's the hook. What's the pattern interrupt? I gotta have a story that backs this up. If not, it becomes a clickbait, right? It becomes something that doesn't make sense. And I can tell you that the hook, let me tell you like the origins of where this thing started from, okay? When I first started off, there was this site called ClickBank that sold a lot of questionable products, especially in the personal development space. Now, this was like 10, 12 years ago. And a typical sales video back in the day in a ClickBank market, and sometimes they still do it, is they would open with a really strong, compelling hook in the personal development space. And it would be the weirdest random hooks. Okay, let me explain. You could have a video that literally starts off with, in the next 17 minutes, you're going to realize why this half-rotten banana is the secret to wellness, health, and relationships. Now, what is that? That's a hook, right? We'll be like, what? Why a rotten banana? Why is it the answer, right? So now there's this open loop, this curiosity to, I got to find out what the answer is to this, right? And they would have the most random things ever, right? It would be like, in a moment, you're going to discover why this tub of jelly beans is going to help you multiply your wealth when you understand these 5 concepts, right? So hook could be like something that's totally random, but if you want to do that, make sure you back it up with the right story. Because if you don't answer that hook with the right story, your audience is going to feel misled because it felt like it was clickbait where you got their attention, but you didn't back it up with the right with the story. Okay, so here's what I would like you to do. Okay, this is when we're going to get practice. Yesterday, I realized that there was a lot of things to cover. We didn't manage to do some of the hot seats. How many of you here would like to do some hot seats today? Okay, so before I coach some of you guys here, let's talk about how you can do this. Okay, this is a very popular, important framework, right? It's not about knowing, it's about doing, right? Anybody can understand how to do this from a conceptual level, but doing it, implementing it, executing it could be a totally different thing. Okay, so here's what I'd like you to do. I would like to give you guys about maybe 2.5 minutes to give you guys time to create this very basic script first, right? How many of you here would love to be able to walk out with a pretty effective script that you can utilize for an ad. Okay, so let's begin with the hook. Okay, hook does not need to be fancy. Let's utilize a prop. Okay, I would like each and every one of you to look around your room right now and look for something that could be a prop. It could be a super basic thing. It could be an orange. It could be a calculator. It could be a face mask. It could be a pen and pot. It could be, it could be a guitar. It could be a calculator. It could be anything, okay? Think about something that you can utilize as a prop to get and secure somebody's attention. That's the hook, okay? I would like you to think about how do you transition that hook into a story so that the hook makes sense. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to implement the elements that I showed you yesterday. So as part of your hook and your story and how you introduce yourself, you are still going to introduce yourself, the result you help your audience generate. You're still going to teach them something. And what I would like you to see is based on what I taught you yesterday when it comes to making offers and closes, there's going to be some sort of call to action where you got them to click to go somewhere. Okay. Now, I'm going to do a couple of hot seats with you guys so that you can see how this thing works. But I'd like you to try it for yourself first. Take 2.5 minutes to write up a very basic script utilizing this hook story offer for a pattern interrupt type of content. Okay. And then after that, we'll get you practice. Okay. You have 2.5 minutes. Go ahead, write up a very basic script right now before we start getting practice. Okay, please begin right now.
So who can stop me if I decide it's on my destiny? What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine. Nothing could keep us apart. You be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. So why don't we rewrite the stars? Or maybe the world could be ours tonight. You think it's easy? You think I don't want to run to you, but there are mountains, and there are doors that we can walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all. No one can rewrite the stars. How can you say you'll be mine? Everything keeps us apart, and I'm not the one you were meant to find. It's not up to you, it's not up to me. When everyone tells us what we can be, and how can we rewrite the stars? Say that the world can be ours tonight. All I want is to fly with you. All I want is to fall with you. So just give me all of you. It feels impossible. It's not impossible. Say that it's possible. How do we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine, and nothing can keep us apart. 'Cause you are the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. Why don't we rewrite the stars? Changing the world to be ours. You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide, but I can have you. We're bound to break in my hands. are tied. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. They say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No, no need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of men. Oh, imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, oh, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you.
All right, and begin finishing up. Begin finishing up. Okay, so now that you have your basic script for a typical pattern interrupt piece of content based on this framework, Hook Story Offer, a very popular framework that you can utilize. Now it's not about understanding something in theory in a conceptual level. It's all about getting practice and your willingness to practice, right? Most of the time, there's a lot of people who could understand theory and concepts but never put themselves out there and therefore get zero results. It's not about what you learn here, but the action steps that you take after you left this event that makes all the difference, right? How many of you would agree with that statement? Okay, so let's do some hot seats. I can see Rob Renee is ready with his what appears to be something. So Rob, my team is going to unmute you right now. Okay. First of all, welcome. And so what is this thing all about? Okay, so let's set some context to this first. Okay, Rob, I would like you to imagine that right now. Okay, wait, pause 1 second. So imagine this, okay? I would like you to imagine that right now, just like the previous times you've done this, you suddenly we're on Facebook and we're just scrolling. So I like you to remember, think about like the typical time a person's scrolling on Facebook. When does a person typically scroll on Facebook? Usually when, I don't know, when you're in the toilet taking a dump. Okay, so literally, this is what we're doing right now. We're seated, we're doing this, and all of a sudden, Rob's face appears on our screen, okay? And I'd like you to imagine that from the top, if you were to follow this framework, okay, you don't have to explain to us, just imagine from the top, if this was to appear on our screen, and again, guys, understand that this is with zero preparation, right? Minimal preparation. So I just want to commend you for, volunteering. So Rob, let's take it from the top. How would that sound like?
All right, who feels like they have too much weight to be happy and healthy? Well, I think God has a plan for each of you, and He has helped me transform from a very out of shape father to a healthy and fit man of faith. If you join me for the next few minutes, I can show you exactly how you can do that too. Shed this weight and be part of a godly community that help transform not only your body, but your relationship with Christ. Click on the link below and you'll begin the first blessing of many to come.
Okay, so good attempt. Okay, let's begin with this, okay? So the first thing we got to do to kind of polish things up is, guys, please write down value equals, okay? Please write down value equals either, please write down motivation, inspiration, entertainment, education. Ultimately, your video, even though it's an ad, it has got to do one of these angles. It's got to either educate them on something. It's got to perhaps give them this aha moment or insight. It has got to perhaps motivate them or inspire them to do something different. It could be you teaching them something where it's educational in nature. But what I wanted to hear from that video earlier, there could be an ad, is something that made us go, oh, wow. Either we didn't know that, or now we're motivated, now we're inspired. So what happened was, you held this thing up, which is a good hook, right? But what I didn't hear is this portion over here that gave us some sort of aha moment or insight or value. There wasn't a takeaway. You see, guys, ultimately your content, whether it's for organic, whether it's for paid ads, you got to remember that when somebody watches your thing, your goal and your objective is to allow your audience to feel that somehow in one way, shape, or form, they were slightly better off because they watched that video. Right? So if that's the case, even though it's an ad, you got to think about, well, is it because I'm making them laugh? Is it because it's entertaining? Is it because I'm educating them? Is it because it's a serious educational video? What is that? Okay. So Rob, if you were to go deeper into that piece, how can you teach us something that could be motivating or inspiring or educational? I would like to hear that. Let's try that again with that element in place.
Okay.
From the top, right from the top.
Okay, here we go. Grabbed another prop. All right. Yeah. Hey, so who feels they have too much weight to be happy and healthy? I used to have 10 extra pounds, and I can help you lose those 10 extra pounds as well. God has a plan for each of you, and He's helped me transform from a very out-of-shape father to healthy and fit man of faith. You want to know the secret? It's something that you'll have to look for. This skin patch literally helps me meet my goal. And I can tell you that secret. I can help you shed the weight. I can help you be a part of a godly community of people that help transform your body and your relationship with Christ. But click below to find the secret.
Okay, so better attempt. Now here's what the next thing we need to do, okay? So in our ad, one thing that when you showed us that, like, was it stickers or something?
Yeah, there's skin patches, yeah.
All right, skin patches. Tell us a little bit about skin patches, because right now we want to be educated on it, right? So right now we felt we're kind of left hanging because the call to action, was it to check out in the e-commerce store for physical products, or was it to get to a training? What is the call to action? What do you want them to do?
I want them to learn more about to have a low ticket funnel for the patch, but then would lead them into a community.
Okay, great. So right now, okay, guys, I would like all of you to write this down. Please write down sell the click, not the product. Your ad is to sell the click, not the product. Leave the selling of the product to the sales funnel. Let your sales funnel, that sales video, that webinar, do the heavy lifting for you. That's why you're sending them to the funnel. Your ad or your content should not be selling the product. Right now you're selling the product. I want you to sell us the click. Right? Why should we click? Right? To find out the secret, but we were left hanging, like, what is this skin patch and what does it actually do? So what I want to be able to hear is when you drill this down deeper is, so one of the things I want to be able to share with you is how I went from an out of shape father, losing 10 pounds, utilizing this little known big difference method. And I'm talking about skin patches. Now you could be saying, Rob, what is skin patches? Okay, I'm going to stop there because I have no idea what skin patches are. Rob, tell us, what is skin patches and what does it do?
Yeah, so this skin patch is a quantum energy card. Do you want me to start this from the top, or do you want me to just tell you what skin patches are?
Just tell us what skin patches are, and I'll show you how to stick everything.
These are a quantum energy patch that is.
Okay, so pause 1 second. Pause 1 second. Okay.
Yep.
By show of hands, how many of you here, honestly, have no idea what quantum energy skin packets are? Show of hands. If you don't have, if any are clueless, right? Okay, so Rob, that's feedback. That's 90% of you.
Yeah,
maybe 5%. That's probably everybody. That includes me. I have no idea what that is.
Exactly.
Now, what we need to do, right? It does sound like something that Iron Man or Tony Starks would create in order to fight Thanos. It sounds like something Ant-Man would create. Okay, so you lost us at quantum energy. Okay, because it sounds like some science fiction type of thing.
That's why I originally started off. I wanted you to go to the link to then learn about what it was.
Okay, so here's the thing that we need to do, okay? We need to understand that, give me a second, guys. I seem to be flickering in and out, but I'm not sure if it's just my screen. Guys, could you just confirm, raise your hand if my video is still smooth to you right now, if it's still smooth. Oh, okay. Team, could you fix my screen, please? Because it just looks a little bit weird over here on this screen. It just seems to be constantly flickering. Okay, anyway. Where was I? Okay, so one thing to remember is we do not want to utilize terminology or technical jargons specifically when we are creating content on social media. Why? Because social media is meant for the masses. It's meant for the broad audience. So that is why when a person comes on my social media stuff, in most cases, I'm not going to talk about average cart value and cost per click and why? Because for most people, I'm not even talking about like sales funnels. Why? Because in most cases, if I'm targeting a broad audience, I need to dumb it down to their level first. Now, eventually, when they come to your sales page, when you're educating them on your webinar, when you are talking about it on your sales video, that is when you can educate them on that thing. Right. Now, you can introduce that terminology, but you gotta, yeah, exactly, dumb it down as though you're talking to a 5th grader. Okay, right. So Rob, how would that sound like if you didn't utilize that terminology, or if you did, explain to us what that means?
So I could say that this skin patch helps connect to your energy in your body to reduce your appetite, to help you lose weight.
Okay, great. So this could be another angle, right? So hook, right? If you are, so you could be show. And by the way, what that prop that you utilize, what was that? Is that a kettlebell?
Yeah, it's just a door stopper actually, but it's just heavy. So I was like trying to have a weight, something something to grab their attention. Okay. So I could have a weight belt in the future, to take off the weight. And that would be my weight belt.
Okay, so imagine if I started with the hook, okay, with the prop. So this is what it would sound like, right? It would say, in the next couple of minutes, you're gonna discover why this weight useless door stopper is going to be the answer to how you could be utilizing this technique to lose weight as well. Hey, this is Rob over here. And one of the things that I want to be able to share with you is how I went from an out of shape father to losing 10 pounds utilizing this little known technique that will make a really big difference in your weight loss journey. Now, if you really think about it, what does losing weight come down to? It just comes down to you eating less, right? The truth is, in fact, if anything, they've all complicated it, right? They've said, hey, you know what? In order to lose weight, you need to take this magic pill. Hey, you know what? In order to lose weight, you need to do these weird workouts. Hey, in order to lose weight, you need to eat salad 7 times a day. Hey, in order to lose weight, you need to drink this special coffee. When in fact, if you really think about it, wouldn't you agree it just comes back down to controlling your appetite and losing weight? And one of the things that I do to control my appetite and lose weight is utilizing skin patches. And you're probably thinking, Rob, skin patches, I've never heard of that. That's right. What if I told you that you could utilize this skin patch that you apply on your skin, and ultimately what it does is it helps you reduce your appetite levels without any harmful drugs, without any surgery, doing it in a safe, natural manner. Now, if you would like to discover how you can do this naturally in a safe way, all you got to do is click on this link below and we'll make it happen, right? So notice what I'm doing. There's some sort of insight, right? What is the insight? It comes back down to, right? And what was the angle that I utilized? In fact, it was 2, right? Settle with 1, right? I gave you 2 different examples, right? Little known, big difference. And I said they overcomplicated it. But notice what I'm doing. I am just merging the lessons that we did in the last 2 days in here, right? How many of you can see that? Okay, great. So Rob, now obviously this comes with practice, right?
Yeah.
Let's begin from the top one more time, okay, before we move on to the next person. Okay,
Sounds good. See if I've learned anything here. All right. Hey, you know that you know what losing sorry, let me start over. Hey, you know what it feels like to have too much weight, right? So this is Rob, and I'm really excited to show you how I've taken this extra weight and gotten rid of it. I've had the extra 10 pounds that many of you have, and you want to get rid of it. Well, I think I have a way to help you get rid of that. That's done.
And 1 second, Rob. So
yes.
One thing, okay, just so everybody's aligned. Sometimes I like to have something of a shock value. Now, when you say get rid of it, what I would love to see is you just chucking it, right? But obviously you can't do that because you might break a wall or something.
Right, I'll break my window.
So what I would like is if you utilize the prop, like one of the things that a lot of these young kids seem to be selling these days is slime, okay? So you could be like, if you're looking to remove unnecessary fat and slime from your body, right? And what you do is you take the slime, you just slam it against the wall, right? Now that is what makes, so guys, understand that you got to create content that's fit for social media consumption. Now it's visual, right? And then the slime just gets stuck on the wall and it just kind of slides down, right? That would be pretty awesome. Okay.
That would be good.
Right. Please continue. So go ahead from where you left off.
All right. So how did I do that? Right. So what is interesting, I want to share with you a skin patch. This skin patch is something that I've been able to use.
Okay, wait. So pause 1 second. Before you go to the skin patch, remember, we have to educate them something first. Like, we can't go straight to the product, right?
Okay.
We got to give them some sort of, oh, I get it now. That's why I need a skin patch. It needs to come from the angle of, so ultimately a person's gaining weight because they're eating too much because of their appetite. Therefore, if you could reduce your appetite, you will lose weight. How do you reduce your appetite? Well, one way is to utilize skin patches.
Okay, very good.
Right, go ahead.
All right, so the problem is there's so many gimmicks out there for people to lose weight, right? You can have this shake, you can have the green juice that you drink, you can have all these crazy pills and drugs that you can try to take that are really, really bad for you. But what does it really come down to, right? It comes down to the basics. It comes down to you just eating less and having less of an appetite. Well, I've got an interesting product and technology for you that's this skin patch. this skin patch has allowed me to really reduce my appetite. And by reducing my appetite, I've been able to lose those stubborn 10 pounds. And that slime that's falling down my wall is the same thing you can do. You can lose the slime, you can lose that fat by using this very little known technique that has a very big impact on your appetite. And click on the link below and you'll find out more details.
All right. Okay, great. So just the final piece, remember, don't say click on this link below to find out more, right? But rather, if you want to be able to do this without starving yourself, without any dangerous pills or drugs, then all you got to do is click on this link below, right? Associate.
I love the way you did that.
Right, guys? Associate benefit with call to action. What is the benefit? Without starving yourself, without painful surgeries, without harmful drugs. That's the benefit with call to action, right? All right, so Rob, let's all give Rob a round of applause for this attempt. And Rob, because of this, you know how this thing works. You get to play the rigged game. Now, this rigged game is very rigged. You need to get the bullseye over here in order to win $100. But if you do, you win $100 sent straight to your PayPal. And my team is going to reach out if you win, but the odds is about 5%. So people get annoyed with me. They say that Peng Joon, we never win. It's really, really hard to win. But it looks like it's your lucky day. Let's all give Rob a round of applause for being able to put himself out there and willing to practice. Okay, guys? So, okay, well done. So, guys, one thing that I want to do before I move on to the next person. So, guys, remember this, okay? I will never judge any of you based on where you're at. Okay, and that's why we're doing this. That's why we're role playing. But what I can't do is I can't force you to take action. Okay, but whether you know, when you leave this event, as you're taking action, right, make sure that you're willing to put yourself out there and get practice, even if you start off being weird or awkward, even if you don't really know what to say, because that's all part and parcel of the journey. Okay, and I'm here to support you to do that. Okay, so next person, let's do one more. We have Kate Nash up. I don't know if you're ready. You look like you were half ready, but I'm calling you out anyway because the truth is we are never ready, and we are only ready whenever we decide we're ready. Okay, so Kate, next person we have up, who seems to have an hibiscus. Okay, so Kate, just like Rob, I would like you to imagine that right now we have no idea who you are. Okay. Here we are right now taking our second dump of the day, right? Excuse me if we sound a little bit crude over here. And right now, as we are just squatting over there, we see Kate appear on our feed. And this is Kate. And Kate, I'm just gonna put you on identify over here. You're gonna begin in 5, 4, 3, 2. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So 6, I'm going to tell you why 6 is such an important number for you. Kate here, I'm here to talk about courses. 6 is the number of important steps that many people skip when they go to create courses. They go straight into developing the content. But let me tell you that there are 6 steps that you could be missing, and you'll miss the benefits of these 6 if you are not taking advantage of them. 1, creating an avatar. 2, painting a picture of what that course looks like by identifying your key concepts. 3, having a full system of everything that you need to go with your course. 4, ensuring that you have a flow that makes sense. 5, having a summary for each one of your modules that includes all the content that is important, including things like, sorry, I'm nervous, the barriers that you need to overcome for your audience. And 6, reviewing your content summaries through the eyes of your avatar so you can anticipate their responses and make small tweaks that have big impacts on the transformation of your students. Most people dive right into develop and they skip all the benefits that they can get from those summaries. So if you want to learn more about, if you're ready to join my free webinar that will tell you about more information about all of this stuff, I know I said more information, I'm sorry. Then click the link below.
That's good. Great attempt, number 1. Let's all give Kate a round of applause for this attempt. Guys, like I've always said, right? Every attempt is a great attempt because every time you're willing to practice, whether in front of a camera, in front of a mirror, with yourself or in front of an audience, you're always getting slightly better, whether you know it or not. Okay. And the point I'm trying to make is this. Okay. Some of you are too hard on yourselves, right? And if you're starting out, and if this is attempt number 1, understand that chances are attempt number 1, in most cases, you are going to suck. Now, I'm not talking about Kate, I'm talking about everybody, myself in general, myself as well, right? But what's going to happen is if you're willing to put yourself out there, and I'm saying this because Kate was apologetic, when there's really nothing to apologize about, right? How many of you would agree, right? She is doing the best she can in her capacity, right? Taking a huge risk, being in front of everybody here, right? And I commend you for that. So, guys, here's what I want you guys to see. It's that ultimately, if you are willing to be bad at something in order to be good at it, you could be starting off, and version number 1, attempt number 1 could be awkward, you were horrible, you were like, I don't know what to say, right? Attempt number 2, it's going to be a little bit easier, and you're going to suck a little bit less. Attempt number 3, you're going to suck a little bit less. And I can't tell you what attempt number it might be for each and every one of you, because all of you will be different. So for some of you, it could be attempt number 43. For some of you, it could be attempt number 362. But you will reach a point in time where you realize, hey, wait a second, I suck so little now that I realize, hey, I think I got pretty good at this. Okay? And that's what I'm asking each and every one of you. Okay, so every attempt is always a great attempt. Now Kate, let's talk about refinements and how we can improve this. Okay, now I love how you utilize this, Vasquez. Okay, and talk about the 6 steps and how people jump the 5 steps. So here's the thing about 6. There's this thing in marketing, and it's called it's like the miracle of odd numbers. Okay, and it's really hard to explain this. There's no scientific backup for this, but it's just something in human psychology about odd numbers. The power of 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay, so for some reason, when it comes to humans understanding things from a big picture perspective, the only exception, the odd numbers always, according to data, outconvert even numbers, with the exception of 10. And that's why you have things like top 10 lists that work very well, right? With the exception of 10, one thing to consider is if you can condense it down to 5 or bring it up to 7. Okay, there's just this magical thing about odd numbers. So a lot of times people say, like, why do marketers use number 7 a lot? Why is it like a 5-step process? It just is because of data and science that's probably not even backed up by science, right? But there's just something magical about odd numbers. Okay, so it's something to consider. Okay, let's talk about how we can improve this. Okay, so you had 6. One of the things that we all need to practice is tonality. Emphasis on utilizing soft, loud, silence, pauses, right? And varying our intonation, okay? So, right, how many of you have heard of the saying, right? It's not what you say, but how you say it, right? So, imagine if let's say, let me just read randomly from 1 to 10, right? So imagine if I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, right? How many of you here, it looks like I really believe in my number 6, right? So one of the things to kind of take into account is just varying your tonality when you go through the different numbers. Okay, so it would be like, so number 1, when it comes to creating a chorus, is this. And sometimes it could be taking a time, and 2, right? Sometimes it could be slightly louder, faster. Sometimes it could be softer. So this is when you want to be able to vary your speed as well as your volume so that you are able to engage your audience. And also, finally, props wise, make sure it's visible. Okay, so half the time it was out of the frame. So what I would like you to practice next is, I would like you to just hold up the baskets for a second. Let's all see how it looks. Okay, great. So 1, 2, 3. So there are a lot of different colors in there. Okay, very nice. So here's what I would like to see. Okay, I would like you to, as you are explaining number 1, okay, go a little bit in depth so that there's some sort of takeaway, right? Number 1 is understanding your avatar. And before going to number 2, because the truth is, how many of you here, like, you didn't remember what steps 1 to 5 was? Like, on a show of hands, if you didn't remember. Now, the reason why people don't remember is because there wasn't depth to it. And it's hard to remember something where there's no depth when it's just point form. Okay? So when you move on to number 1, here's what I'd like you to do. I would like you to push the baskets to number 1. Look at your audience. And number 1 is understanding who it is that you're marketing to. Right? Some people, they're just going out there and trying to, it's kind of like going to a mall and giving a pamphlet to 1,000 different people, hoping and praying that 1% of people buy from you. Right? And that's what's going to happen if you do not identify who it is you serve. That's your ideal customer. That's step number 1. Right? Hand movement. Number 1. Number 2, so put it up and push the thing in and leave the 2 beads over here. Right? Number 2. So now it's visual, right? It's engaging. Number 2, the second step. Now, so you talk about what number 2 is, and you go a little bit in depth as well, but go deep, right? So before just skimming over point number 2, you gotta tell us something that allows us to remember what point number 2 is. Does that make sense, Kate?
Absolutely.
Would you like to try that one more time? Let's begin from the top one more time, okay? Just so that you can see how attempt number 2 looks like, okay? So imagine right now, you started off great, love it. Let's try it from the top one more time.
All right, thank you. 1, 2.
Wait, from the top. So imagine right now, we don't know who you are. We're scrolling, and all of a sudden, Kate's face appears in front of our feed. How would that look like? So begin the conversation from the top, right from the start. The whole,
1.
right, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, that's how you start.
2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 is a magical number. And I'm going to tell you why 5 is an important number when it comes to creating courses. Kate here, I'm an expert in courses, and I help a lot of people create courses that transform, courses that matter.
Okay, pause 1 second. Kate,
Yes.
great start. Okay, now I want to pause you here just in case I forget this pointer. Okay, this is really important. Okay, guys, everybody write this down. When building credibility, and all of you guys, write it down in all caps with rainbows and unicorns. When building credibility, make it about your audience. Okay, let me explain. When building credibility, make it about your audience. So if you notice Kate's messaging, I'm always listening to the messaging, okay? What did Kate say? She said, I am an expert when it comes to creating courses, okay? Now, this is how a typical marketer builds credibility. A typical marketer builds credibility by talking about them, which is, here's the typical marketer credibility building statement. It would be, hey everybody, this is Ping Jun and I am an author. I've created 7 different best-selling books. I've appeared on CNBC, ABC News, Fox News. I've spoke all over the world in more than 20 plus countries, right? That's how many marketers build their credibility. Now, you could have the best of intentions, right? I could have the best of intentions where I wanted to show my audience that I really know what I'm talking about. But do you know what a percentage of my audience would feel? When I say I'm an expert when it comes to topic name and I've got 7 best-selling books, I've appeared on CNBC, ABC News, Fox News, and I've spoken in more than 20 countries all over the world and I've made millions of dollars in this. Here's what my audience is thinking. My audience who doesn't know me is going to say, okay, he's probably a dick. That's it's what they're saying, right? Because that's what happens when you make it about you. So notice the messaging when it comes from this angle instead, right? The difference is if it's rephrased as, after having the privilege to speak in more than 20 countries all over the world, I realized that when it comes to building a successful business, it comes down to these 5 steps. And today, I want to be able to share with you what these 5 steps are, together with the mistakes that I made, so that you can understand what it takes to build a successful business online. Okay, so now what am I doing? It's a credibility statement, but I made it about my audience. Okay, so before we come back to you, Kate, I'd like you to think about how this applies to each and every one of you. Okay, so for example, you could be somebody that is into Facebook. So rather than saying, I'm a Facebook ads expert and I have spent millions of dollars on ads, that's when your audience is saying, okay, but how does this benefit me, right? Instead, if you reframed it as, after spending millions of dollars in ads, making the mistakes, and also creating profitable campaigns at the same time, today I want to be able to walk you through what are the most common mistakes that Facebook marketers make so that you can avoid them when you understand these key concepts. Okay, so notice what am I doing? What I'm really doing is I'm putting in a credibility statement. What's the credibility statement? I spent millions of dollars in ads, right? But how many of you here can see and even feel a noticeable difference just in the way it's phrased differently when it comes to messaging, right? Okay, great. So, Kate, what you want to be able to do is to change it so that it's about them, okay? Yuan says, what about the introduction for insurance agents? Now, I'm going to break a rule a little bit because normally when I cater to one comment like this, then what it opens is it opens a can of worms, and everybody else will be like, well, what about the B2B business? Or what about, network marketing? Or well about real estate agents? Or well about, beauty and makeup. So, you know what? I'm going to bend the rule a little bit. I'm just going to answer that. Guys, it's not that sometimes, it might appear that sometimes I see questions there. It feels like I'm ignoring you. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just trying to stay on point because we only have 4 hours a day and we don't have the, luxury of time. But I'm going to break this rule once. So it doesn't matter what market, but if it's an insurance agent, it would be rather than saying, my name is Peng Jun, I'm an insurance agent and I have helped a lot, and I am a MDRT, winner, and I've made millions of dollars, whatever it is, right? Then that's about you. But it would be, after helping hundreds of people find their insurance policy that is in line with their budget, their requirement, as well as their risk appetite, today in this video, I want to be able to help you discover and identify the insurance policy that is ideal for you. Right? How many of you see the difference again? Right? So, Kate, let's get back to your example. How would this sound like if you made it about your audience? Okay, so after you've counted 1 to 5, take it from here.
All right, so 5. I'm going to show you why 5 is so important. After creating hundreds of courses and making lots of mistakes, there are 5 important steps that have been able to make a huge difference for my clients. So let's start with 1. 1, it's really important to know who your avatar is. So often the avatar is very ambiguous, and that isn't helpful. Not only is it important to know who your avatar is, I work with my clients to develop not 1, but 3 avatars, 1 ideal and 2 other avatars in order to improve the diversity and inclusion aspect of creating a course. In this way, they're able to create a course that is tweaked and is dialed in for everybody who gets in and takes that course. Number 2, we work to identify the key concepts. And key concepts is really just a way of painting a beautiful picture of what success looks like for their audiences. And in this way, they can target what that particular successful picture is and really create that picture for their students, understanding where they are today and where they want to take them. Number 3, we work to create an entire ecosystem So it's not just a course by itself and not just a whole bunch of value added stuff that just muddies everything, but instead they choose different bonus items that help support that journey for their audience.
Okay, pause 1 second. Okay, so Kate, so one thing that I like about your presentation is very structured, right? And it's very elegant. And at the same time, there's a problem with this on social media. And the problem with this is that we want to make it consumable and a lot more engaging for social media. So something to take away over here, right, for all of you is, can I add in something that is a shock or a pattern interrupt that makes them go, whoa, right? And that's something I'm thinking all the time. So let's say you're talking about number 3, right? Talking about bonuses, okay? So perhaps you could talk about 1, 2, and 3. And you could say, when you talk about bonuses, one of the things that you said was, so a lot of times people have these bonuses that really doesn't add value, and you want to be able to create bonuses and feel and create something that's of value to your audience, right? So something along those lines, right? But imagine if there was a shock value to it. Instead, you said, be it number 1, 2, and 3. And here's the third, the mistake that most people make on this step right here, right? They give out all these bonuses, they fluff up their entire course, and they say these bonuses are worth, $73,468 things, $48, and these are the 19 things that you're gonna get. You're gonna get bonus. Then there's all these bonuses. You know what I call these bonuses? I call them diarrhea bonuses. You know why? Because there's a ton of them coming in front of your face, right? But at the end of the day, they're all crap. Right? So you don't want to give out diarrhea bonuses. You want to have actual good, solid bonuses and not crappy bonuses. Right? Now, this is something I made off the cuff, but imagine, like, just by saying that, now, that's not what I'm saying you should be doing. You should always be saying something that's in line with who you are and your personality type. I'm giving you an example of something that constantly re-engages your audience to be like, oh, wait a second, like, right? Because today, everybody's attention span is getting shorter and shorter. And what we want to be able to do is to have that constant pattern interrupt. Okay, now, Kate, of course, I would love to go back and forth with you all day. And that's what, that's why I meet up with my students every single week. Because understand something, guys, how many of you would agree that this is a never-ending process? There's always something that we can always do better, right? Show of hands, right? So, it's not that I want to cut you off. It's just that I want to be able to go on to the next thing. But this would be the thing that you would practice and to continue working on after you left this event. Kate, does this make sense?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Kate. So for the result of showing your framework to us and putting yourself out there, you get to get one entry into playing the rig game that could potentially enable you to win $100 sent over to your PayPal, but odds aren't that great. And congratulations, Kate, you win $100 sent over to your PayPal. My team will reach out and go get yourself, a nice meal. Okay, so well done. Let's move on. Okay, so how many of you here are learning something so far from this hook story offer? Okay, so let's see how we're doing on time. Okay, guys, we have gone on for about 2 hours, 20 minutes. I did not realize this. I do get carried away sometimes. So when you guys, in a moment, we are going to come back. We're going to take a short break. When you guys come back from break, we are going to talk about the other side of traffic, which is search-based type of traffic, the messaging that should be incorporated over here. And after that, I'm going to walk you through the 5-step process, which is basically the steps that you need to take if you want to be able to make the most out of this event. Okay, guys, let's take a quick 12-minute break, and we will resume right after this. Let me put a timer up here.
To grow or scale my current business, and it was a very frustrating time because I really didn't know anything.
Instead of going through all the trial and errors and mistakes, it's kind of like giving his 10 years experience to me.
Without his inspiration, right, I wouldn't have been doing what I'm doing now. I had no idea about all this funnels and ads and techie stuff. And the truth is that you actually don't really need to understand those tactical things when you know who you can go to help you to get that out.
About 2 years ago, I went to this internet marketing event, a really, really big event, and I saw Peng Joon speak live. And I thought this event had about 2,000-3,000 people that went to this event. And out of like all the different speakers that were at this event, Peng Joon turned up. And when he spoke on stage, I already knew. I wrote it down in my goal diary that I want to work with this guy.
Okay, and I've seen Peng Joon grow over the years. I've seen how he is able to serve more and more people, how he's able to create more and more products online and in different niches. I know Peng as somebody that he does what he says.
I was looking for a way on how to make my game bigger, where I want to create my own products. I want to have my own events. I want to impact more lives. The thing is this, I didn't know how to do just that.
Not only do you get a lot of good strategic guidance from the man himself, Peng Joon, but you get his whole team as well. He really helped me out with getting my head around marketing and, Peng Joon's whole team. So that's the real benefit about Legacy, is that you get access to people who are in the trenches, who are doing the work, who are practitioners, not theorists.
And, I scrolled on Facebook, figured, saw somebody, his name is Peng Joon. And what happened is I followed this person. And ever since, that brought me to who I am today.
I knew there was more out there. Like I needed someone who would actually can see where I'm at and take a macro perspective of, where I'm at and is able to sort of take me from, where I am and guide me to where I want to be.
And because looking back at my own company, I realized that I have difficulty finding the right people. I have difficulty hiring the right people. And even if I hire them, I don't really know how to utilize their gifts and talents. It just didn't work out very well for me in terms of scaling the business. I had a lot of frustrations and difficulties trying to grow my team so that we could scale the business. And that was something that really got me very interested to see how was Peng Joon able to do that.
He launched a book called Platform Closing. And what happened is I implemented all the things he taught in this book. And if you think of it, I just bought it for $15, $20. Literally generated me more than $100,000+, and I'm hitting my first $1 million in revenue in a few months.
Before Legacy, again, no experience with tech, websites, funnels, ads. I hadn't had any experience in it. Then after joining Legacy, I started to get the knowledge and then started to apply it. I've done the high level Tony Robbins, I've done Brendan Burchard's, and I'll tell you what, out of all the masterminds that I've been to, if you want strategic and tactical, hand-holding knowledge, guidance, experience with the team, you've got to work with Legacy Mastermind and Peng Joon and his team.
I was blown away by the amount of value that was inside that event. Okay, so I live in Sydney, Australia. I flew all the way to Philippines to be able to attend this event, and it was crazy. It was from the very first second to the very last second, and all the breaks in between. I felt like I'd learned so much about the game of internet marketing. I didn't really know much about internet marketing before that. I didn't know about landing pages. I didn't know about sales pages. I didn't know how funnels really work. I didn't know what they were, right? But after going to that Game Changer intensive, there was a lot of clarity as to what it was. But I still needed to get into a more deeper level of coaching with Peng Joon.
After implementing all the things in his book, I started attending one of his seminars, bought his courses, and eventually ended up here in Legacy Mastermind, where I got a chance to actually, work with him, ask for advice, ask for his mentorship, ask for his ideas, and not just from his ideas, not just from him himself, but literally the people behind the scenes, which is his team.
Right, I decided to join the Legacy Mastermind, so that I could really get the full benefit, of what they were offering. It's not just, of course, Peng Joon's advice about marketing, right, is really worth a lot of money. What is also extremely valuable is Peng Joon's team, how they were able to help me to be able to improve my processes in my company, how we are able to find the right people to hire, how we can onboard the people properly, so that they get trained and there's accountability. But the most exciting thing is that I've learned a skill set now that is basically with me forever that I can take on, so I can roll it over and over and over again. What I've learned, what I've implemented my own campaigns, done my own ads, literally had no idea what the difference between a campaign, ad set, and ad was. I didn't even know that when I started.
There's lots of people out there in the internet marketing game. There's so many people out there, right? They'll tell you, everything and anything about all the different ways to make money. There's so many different, avenues out there. There's so many people, like so many coaches out there that will tell you, so many different things and ways and methodologies on how to make cash. And at that time, I was still a little bit uncertain. I had this webinar funnel. I was about to launch it, right? I thought to myself, okay, before I go spend money on, driving people to this webinar, why don't I, consult Peng Joon and join his Legacy Mastermind first and figure out if this is something that I should do. He looked at my funnel and he looked me dead straight in the eye and he said, man, this ain't gonna cut it. This is not a funnel. This is not a funnel that you should be doing in order for you to actually make good hard sold cash. Okay.
And right now, I conduct events all over the country, all over the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. I've been to more than 20 provinces. And very soon, I'll be expanding internationally, crushing it in events, conducting seminars, and as well in teaching people how to do online marketing for small local businesses, for entrepreneurs. The truth is, the return is just priceless because I can't put a figure, to the return.
I was almost in tears just thanking Peng Joon. If you hadn't give me the courage and advised me to actually let go of some of my partners, I would have probably still been frustrated or bad or negative about the situation. And it was the advisors that actually set me free. They're really here to change lives, and they give their heart, their soul, their mind, their strength. They go beyond extra mile just to be able to solve our problems. Now about to go to another level of having a foundation in the business rather than, if some of you listen to this as speakers and you're only sort of having cash come in when you're doing events, it's a really good idea to have a consistent cash flow come in as well, which is where I'm heading next. So with the support of Peng Joon and his team, the support of the Legacy Mastermind, I'm now looking to implement a couple of different funnels which are going to allow that consistent flow.
Ever since then, I've been working heavily on an application funnel and discovering sort of the different ways that the application funnel works, from how to drive traffic into it, how many different steps in the application funnel there are. All these different things are things that were sort of tasked to me over the course of the Legacy Mastermind experience.
Next year, we have actually planned out my marketing strategy for next year. The goal is, imagine, earning $1 million a month. But it's not about the money. It's about how I can use the money to impact more lives, to help more entrepreneurs. And that's the end game.
I have been trying to work on my online course for a very long time. And in this event, right, where Peng Joon helped us to come up with a very clear direction, on how I should come up with my online course, and the funnel. So this gave me a very clear direction on how I should move on for the next few months, what I should focus on, what I should be letting go so that I do not get distracted and focus on what is the most important thing for me to be able to seal the business. Not just able to bring more, have a greater bottom line, but also to be able to impact more lives. Legacy Mastermind is really an amazing mastermind group to be a part of. Wherever you're doing, whatever you're doing, and wherever you're starting from right now, it doesn't matter, because trust me, I started from scratch. What matters is if what you do is you actually implement and you put things in place.
You can't put a price on the direction that you're heading. You can't put a price on the mentor that you put in your life to actually save you the time and save you the heartache and save you, prevent you from making all these mistakes that you were going to make. Out of all the funnelers out there, out of all the internet marketers out there, there's only really one person who knows all of the funnels, what they do and how they work inside and out, and that's Peng Joon. He's been in the game for a very long time. His advice is absolutely invaluable, to the point now where I seldom have questions for him anymore, because over the course of this entire experience, so much clarity has been given to me now. And I'm able to just take that and roll with it. And now the profits that I'm generating from my existing business, I'm able to actually do something with it. Like there's a lot more confidence as to where, these Facebook ads are going, how I should be spending my time, how I should be spending my money. Everything has a purpose now.
If you want to have the same exact results I got from this program, I want you to invest in his trainings and his courses and listen to what he says.
Because money is a resource, okay, but time is not. Getting coached by Peng Joon, Shuing, their team, right? You will be able to save a lot more time, okay, than if you try to do it yourself.
My goals that I wanted to hit $1 million revenue in the first 12 months. Now we're 7 months into it and I'm currently just over $720,000 revenue.
He's a man who speaks, who helps other people. And just because of that relationship with each other, asking questions is literally worth more than just money. I just want you to attend Peng's programs, listen to him, and I hope I could see you very soon in person.
You got the support, you got the knowledge, you got everything that you need with Legacy. All you need to do is put it in place.
Hi, Tian here.
This is Fibo.
It's Emmanuel from Sydney, Australia.
Brad Cassidy here. Look forward to meeting you soon.
All right, welcome back, everybody. As you guys are coming back, go ahead and switch on your videos, your cameras, so that I know that you are back. Because in this next session, we are going to wrap up traffic, and then I'm going to talk about a 5-step process that you guys should be applying and implementing and taking action on if you want to make the most out of this event. Okay, so I do not want you guys to miss out on this. So if you're back, just type in the chat, type in the word back if you guys are back, so that I know that you're back. All right, so I should see at least 300 backs in here. Okay, so guys, I still see a lot of black cameras, and I'm not sure if you guys are back, but if you guys are back, go ahead and switch on your videos so that I can see each and every one of you. Okay, so that's now that we have talked about the pattern interrupt type of platform and the messaging that is required for platforms that it's pattern interrupt. Let's talk about messaging that is now based upon search. Okay, so this was a mistake that I made for a really long time. For me, when I first started out, I thought it was a one-size-fits-all, and I would take content that I would create on Facebook, on Instagram, other platforms, and I would just dump it inside YouTube and hope and pray that it takes off. Okay, but it never does. And the reason for that is because I didn't understand the context. Okay, so for YouTube, you will know that, if you follow me for a while, I only kind of started YouTube and taking this platform seriously 1.5 years ago. Okay, so before all of that, my only main focus was Facebook on ads. And I never paid any attention to YouTube until recently, 1.5 years ago, when I started optimizing my videos for search as well. Okay, so what is YouTube? How does a YouTube video get discovered? Okay, let's talk about platforms that is search-based, like YouTube. So when does a video on YouTube get discovered? It gets discovered when somebody's doing a search, they're typing a specific keyword, whether they're on Google, whether on YouTube, and for that reason, your video gets ranked either on Google or YouTube, and a person clicks and they watch. So that's one way a YouTube video gets discovered. Another way a video gets discovered is when somebody is watching a related video, and on the right hand side it appears as a recommended video. Okay, now when does YouTube recommend a video as a recommended video on the right hand side? It is when you have these few things. Please write down. It is all about, please write down, retention, watch time, and click-through rate. Okay, this would be like the top 3 metrics that a search-based platform like YouTube would look at. Okay, let me say it again. Okay, it would be based on watch time, how many minutes a person's watching your video, retention, how long a person is staying on the video before they leave, and the click-through rate, meaning when YouTube recommends your video, how often are people clicking on it? Okay, these are the main 3 metrics. So let's talk about these 3 metrics, which is basically, let me write it down, watch time. Number 2, retention. And number 3, click-through rate. Okay, so let's talk about what this thing is. And what should our messaging be so that we get more traffic for free in an organic manner from these platforms. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand that if you are looking to pay the paid platform, right? If you're looking for to play the paid ads game, the good news about paid ads, okay, is that you literally almost instantly see results. If you pay $100 today or $1,000 today to Facebook or to any ad platform, on the same day, you'll be able to see what your result is, if it was good or if it was bad. So paid platforms is usually short-term. Free, okay, please write this down. Free is usually long-term and it's more of a marathon rather than a sprint. Okay, so free is not something that you're going to get results overnight. Chances are you might not even see results for a couple of months, but it's a very long-term play. And you got to get your mindset before you begin the journey right. That if you are going to play the free game, it is a marathon and that you're not going to see results overnight. Okay, so one's long-term, one's short-term. So ultimately, you want to have a good mix of both. Okay, so in other words, let's talk about the messaging that is required on a YouTube video. Now, why is a YouTube video very different from Facebook and Instagram? It is because if you created like a pattern interrupt type of video, okay, based on Facebook, let me give you an example. So for example, I had a video, one of the mistakes I made 5 years ago. I had a video that did very well on Facebook. And the Facebook video was called How I Met My First Love Online. That was the hook, right? People going, wait, what? How I Met My First Love Online, right? Now, what's the story? The story was what made me fall in love with the online world was a $7 sale that I made in the World of Warcraft market. And for that reason, I never quit. And that was what made me fall in love with the online marketing world. Now, what I did was I took the same video, which was called How I Met My First Love Online, that did very well on Facebook as an ad. And when I put it on YouTube, that was called How I Met My First Love Online, barely anybody watched it. And I was wondering, why? Why? Well, again, because YouTube is search-based. So if it's search-based, how would that video ever get discovered? What, when somebody's typing in how to meet my first love online on Google or YouTube? If somebody's typing that, they would have a totally different intention, right? They're probably looking for Tinder, right? They're probably, or a mail order bride or something, okay? Totally different intention. So in other words, I could have taken that same video, but it needs to be optimized for search. And it probably would have done a lot better if the title was called something along the lines of, say, How I Made My First Sale Online. Right? Now that would have some sort of SEO or search engine optimization value, right? Which is basically getting ranked on the search engines. Whereas How to Meet My First Love Online is purely pattern interrupt and it's got no search value, right? Raise your hand if you follow this so far. Okay, good. So the question is, how do we begin that messaging for content, for traffic sources that is based on search? So what we want to do is first to not do what most people do. What do most people do when they're starting out? They create a great video and then they hope and pray somebody watches my video, right? They create a video and only to realize that they only get 2 likes, of which one of the likes is them liking their own post. right? Nobody watches it. And the reason why that happens is because they didn't begin with the end in mind. How do you begin with the end in mind? By starting off thinking about, well, what are people searching for? And to create content based on what people are searching for. Because some of you could be saying, but Peng Joon, what am I going to talk about? Like, I don't have so many. So don't try to speculate and think what people want. Back it up with data. Okay, now, one of the easiest, fastest, cheapest ways to do it, to do your keyword research. Okay, please write down keyword research. I'm going to show you how that looks like when it comes to doing your keyword research. Let's do a few different examples. Let's say, let me just head over to this. Okay, so let me just go ahead and share my screen right now. Okay, so right now I'm going to do keyword research, and the fastest way, easiest way, cheapest way to do keyword research is just to utilize the Google keyword tool, the autofill on Chrome. Okay, so one way to do this would be to go into Instagram, right? And if let's say I want to talk about Instagram, okay, and I typed in Instagram space A, I can see Instagram app, account, ads, anonymous, algorithm, ad cost, account delete, right? So let's say I want to drill down deeper, okay? I'll type in Instagram ads, and I'll space A again, okay? Now this tells me, what does this tell me? This tells me this is what people are searching for. And this is when I can create titles because I know it's the keyword based on what people are searching for. So what I want to do is whenever I have a keyword to create my title, this is the secret sauce, okay? What you want to do to begin with the end in mind is, for a platform like this, is you want to have the keyword plus this extra thing, which is the hook. Now, why would you want to have a keyword and a hook as your title? Because if it's just the keyword, the video is boring, right? Nobody wants to watch a video that just says Instagram ads, running Instagram ads, right? That would be a boring title. So what we want is we want to be able to take the keyword plus some sort of hook as our title. Okay, so let me show you a quick process of how I might do this. Okay, really quick. Okay. Let me share my screen again. Okay. So if let's say I want to utilize this keyword, right? This could be what to do when your Instagram ads account is disabled. In bracket, right? One unknown technique, right? This could be Instagram, using Instagram ads or target audience name. Instagram audiences that convert, right? This could be, so notice that from all these things, and it's just A, right? I could go to B and I could type in, so for example, this would be like Instagram ads best practices to maximize conversions, right? What to do if your Instagram ads account gets banned, right? I could type in Instagram ad cost C, right? So this would be all of the, this could be, I reviewed all of the top Instagram ads courses, right? In bracket, which one actually works, right? D could be Instagram ads dimensions for drop shipping, for e-commerce, for coaches, right? Instagram ads dimensions for maximum conversions, right? All I'm doing is this tells me this is what people are searching for, right? If you think that you've got nothing to talk about, it is because you just didn't do your keyword research. Instagram ad examples for physical products. Instagram ads examples for network marketers, right? Then in bracket, model these examples now, right? Or copy these examples now, right? So there's a title, the keyword, together with some sort of hook, right? What you need to be doing in 2021 to maximize your Instagram ads engagement, right? Instagram ads tutorial explained, how to go from Instagram ads beginner to expert in 23 minutes, right? So notice all I'm doing is I'm creating, right, ads or rather content based on what Google is telling me, right? How to utilize Instagram ads to make money as a musician, right? For artists, for clothing. So this is just, can you imagine this is just ads, right? I could go deeper and deeper and deeper, right? E, F, G, H, I, invoice, interest, insights, right? How to use Instagram ads, insights to get in more sales, right? I could talk about, and it's just ads, right? Can you imagine if this is Instagram story? Same thing. I could redo this whole process again. Instagram story A, Instagram story B, Instagram story C, Instagram story D, Instagram story E, Instagram story F, right? So this is how I can constantly get ideas by beginning with the end in mind. Okay? Raise your hand if this makes sense. Okay? So what you will do then is, right, guys, if this is clear, type in crystal. If this is clear. If this is clear, just type in crystal. So, which is basically beginning with the end in mind, right? Okay, good. Crystal, 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 crystal. Okay, so once we have this keyword and a hook, because we're beginning with end in mind that we know that people are searching for, what is this going to do? This is going to increase our click-through rate. That's number one. And to make our click-through rate increase even further, we might want to have a good, you definitely want to have a good thumbnail, right? This is what increases your click-through rate. People see a title that is interesting, that is what they're searching for with an interesting thumbnail. This might increase your click-through rate, okay? So let's talk about now this other side of the equation, which is then how do we get YouTube showing our video to more people by also increasing our watch time and retention, okay? So this is where the script and your messaging for search is slightly different. Your messaging for this portion over here, okay, let's move this up over here. Your messaging to increase watch time and retention is this, okay? So please write down these different pointers. Number one, okay, is your title of your video that is mentioned as your first sentence. Now, this is a framework, right, that helps you get started. A framework is not rigid. Eventually, when you're able to get enough practice, you're going to realize that you can eventually find your own way, but this is a good starting point, okay? So what does this mean? Title. So this means that if my title of my video is called Instagram ads for drop shippers, I want to start off my video by repeating the title, or at least having the keyword as part of my first sentence, right? So what would that be? It would be understanding how to create Instagram ads that is ideal for drop shippers. Hey everybody, Peng Joon here, and today in this video, I'm going to be showing you exactly the different moves you need to be making, the dimensions. If you are a drop shipper, then this video here would be probably the most important video that you'll ever watch if you want to be able to run ads profitably on Instagram in the drop shipping business, right? So notice what I did. I started off with the title, right? I'm repeating my keyword, right? Repeat keyword in your title. Now, why is this the case? This is the case because YouTube today, they're so advanced, they can actually see what you're saying in the video. It's automatically transcribed, and they want to see the thing that you're saying in the video, is it congruent with the keyword? Because if you want to be able to increase a person's retention. The highest bounce rate is usually at the first 5 seconds. When a person clicks, they want to be able to see that is this video going to deliver what it is that I'm looking for, right? And if a person clicked because they clicked on Instagram ads for drop shippers, you want to make sure that they are in the right place. So you're going to repeat again, Instagram ads for drop shippers, right? So that is when number 2 is when you could have your intro. Okay, so this could be who you are, right? The result you help audiences generate. Number 3, you need to mention and sell them why they should stay till the end. Same thing, same components as yesterday. You'll notice, right? What's in it for me? Why should I watch this video till the end? Right? So it would be, if you stay till the end of the video, you'll realize what are the top mistakes drop shippers are making right now on Instagram. And this video is going to save you a ton of money if you understand how to optimize your ads on Instagram by giving Instagram what it is that they want, right? What's in it for me? Are they going to avoid mistakes? Are they going to gain some insights? Are they going to be able to do this thing well? Are you going to be revealing to them a process, a system, some techniques? Why should I stay to the end? Now, this is where you want to have an open loop. Okay? Now, what is an open loop? An open loop is, think about your favorite series on whatever, Netflix or Disney Plus. Okay, guys, real quick, just let me know, 10 seconds. Let me know in the chat right now. What is one series that is one of your favorites ever? Let me know in the chat. Okay. Friends, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, Grey's Anatomy, Gossip Girl, Money Heist, Flower of Evil, Mandalorian, WandaVision, good choice, Billions, right? Guys, notice all these series that you just listed over here. Pretty much all of them. You know what is the one thing that they all do? Is they are very good in open loops, cliffhangers, right? At the end of every episode, what do? They sell you on the next episode, right? Especially at the end of the season, what do? They sell you on the next season. So, one of my favorite series from about 10 years ago was Lost, okay? And how many of you here watched Lost before? Anybody here watched Lost before? Okay. Now, Lost is the master of open loops. You know what they do? Like, every time you watch an episode, you'll be like, I need to watch the next one because they're going to be answering what's going to happen next in the next episode. And you watch the next episode and you realize there's even more questions right now. And then you'll be like, no, the next one, they're really going to answer like, who are these other people? Who are the others, right? I'm pretty sure the next episode, they're going to, next season, okay? After that, season 2, you know what? They're going to be answering my next. And then at the end of 10 seasons, no kidding, I actually stayed till 10 seasons. And the end of it all, you'll be like, what did I just watch? No kidding. Lost in under 30 seconds is basically, there was a plane crash, and basically they're on an island, and that's when everything gets really, like, I have no idea how one minute. Basically, they explained that it was a bottle of wine, and inside a bottle of wine is basically life, and this was already afterlife, and they already kind of did, I think, and that was it. Like, and you'll be saying, no way, yeah, wait. This is literally Lost in 15 seconds or less, okay? So what were they masters of? They were masters in creating open loops. There's always this thing that's hanging out there thinking, you know what? I need to watch this thing in order to find out this thing, okay? So this is what your what's in it for me needs to do. It needs to create an open loop, right? So if you're talking about cryptocurrencies, right, it would be if you watch till the end of this video, you're going to realize why Bitcoin is a really terrible buy and why you want to be investing in these coins instead, right? If it's whatever, if it's real estate, it would be in a moment, you're going to discover what the top 0.1% of real estate investors are doing and how they're doing things differently if you want to be able to get an unfair advantage, right? By the end of this video, you're going to realize one simple move that you could be making right now that is going to take and save you at least 15% of your ad cost just by applying this one technique, right? So why should I stay till then? Then now it's like, oh, so if you do this right, what's going to happen? Again, you're giving the algorithm what it is that they want, which is what? You're now increasing their retention. They're like, okay, I need to stay at the end to find out what happens, right? Retention. So only after you have the open loop, that is when you teach your stuff. Okay, this is when number 4, you have your content. And after you teach your content, that's when number 5, right? So you teach. And then number 5, that's when you can have a call to action, right? Now, what is a typical call to action? It would be to like, comment, subscribe, or link in description. Okay, 4 main call to actions. Okay, so it would be after you teach. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to smash the like button. It does help the channel out a little bit. Let me know what your biggest takeaways in the comment below. And if you want to be able to get the latest updates with regards to topic name, be sure you subscribe to the channel. That could be one, right? Or it could be a link, right? If you can see why a product like this, right, that helps you reduce your appetite, that you're able to just as simple as attach to your skin, help you reduce your appetite so that you can eventually lose weight. All you gotta do is click on this link below. I left it in the description box. And if you wanna get your own set of skin, what was it again? Skin something, then click on this link below to order it directly from the website, right? So your call to action could be sending people to the link. Okay, so do I do all 4? No, usually in most cases, it's just like, comment, and subscribe because that is my main objective to grow the channel. Sometimes I might have my link inside my video as I'm teaching it, right? So I could be teaching and sometimes I could just say very casually, which by the way, if you want to be able to check out this thing, this software, this product, all you got to do is I left the link in the YouTube box description below, right? Skin patches, that's right. Okay, so here's what I would like you guys to do while this thing is still fresh. Okay, I would like you to get clear on your messaging with regards to this over here. Okay, so one thing, okay, guys, I noticed a couple of questions that's over here. Again, it's not because I'm ignoring your question. It's just that right now I want to be able to focus and stay on course because if we did the Q&A right now, you know, we're gonna be here till April or something. Okay, so remember, for those of you that registered, if you upgraded to a VIP experience, we will be doing a private Q&A just for you guys. Quick housekeeping announcement. And if you guys don't know the dates, let me just give it to you right now. It is going to basically you guys get 3 days of rest after this event, and it is going to happen on the 1st of April, same time like the last 3 days here. Okay, so the full details is all inside your members area, and if you upgraded inside the members area, the details are all there. But basically, begin the same time 3 days from now. Okay, so you get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, rest days, and we begin on Thursday. Well, this depends on your time zone. I'm bad at converting time zones, but for the exact time zones for your local times, because all of you are in different parts of the world, be sure to just log into your account. And if you can't log into your account, be sure to email support@smobble.com, SMOBBLE, so that they can help you out. Okay, so today's a Sunday. My team doesn't work on Sundays, but anyway. So let's take 3 minutes off. Okay, to help you get clarity on this while this thing is still fresh, and we'll get you guys some practice. Okay, so 3 minutes. Please go ahead, write out a very basic script based on this angle for search-based type of platforms. Okay, please begin.
Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When I believed in forever, everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Hey. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Hey, hey. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost. And I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. And my heart feel like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never drop. Yeah, everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. Letters on the sky, burning in your eyes. You look at me, babe, I wanna catch on fire. It's buried in my soul, like California gold. You found the light in me that I couldn't find. So when I'm all choked up, but I can't find the words. Every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. Lovers in the night, poets trying to write. We don't know how to rhyme, but damn, we try. But all I really know, you're where I wanna go. The part of me that's you will never die. So when I'm all choked up and I can't find the words, every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. Oh yeah, I don't wanna be just a memory, baby. It's when I'm all choked up and I can't find the words. Every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. Waking up when you look at me and the whole world fades, I'll always remember us this way. Giving me a million reasons to let you go. You're giving me a million reasons to quit the show. You're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. If I had a highway, I would run for the hills. If you could find a dry way, I'd forever be still. But you're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. I bow down to pray. I try to make the worst seem better. Lord, show me
All right, and begin finishing up, please. Begin finishing up. Okay, so next thing we are going to do, now that you guys have wrote down a very simple script for your messaging when it comes to search-based platforms, let's do a really quick round, hot seat again, so that you guys get practice, so that it's clear to all of you. The first hand that I saw up earlier was Janice Williams. Janice, if you are ready, well, whether you're ready or not, here we go. Okay, Janice. So I'd like you to imagine that right now, here we are on Google or YouTube, and what are we doing? We're doing a search. So this time, we're no longer scrolling. We are genuinely interested in this topic, right? What we did was we went to Google. We are doing a search right now on Google, and we typed in this keyword. Then suddenly, all of a sudden, there's this search result from YouTube that recommended this video, and we clicked on it. Okay, so off the cuff, I would like you to imagine what would this video sound like if you followed this framework. Janice, take it away.
Do I tell you what the title is first?
Sure, go ahead.
So the title would be How to Plan Your Dream Wedding During a Pandemic.
Nice, very nice. Okay, so let's begin.
Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna be looking down because I didn't memorize this. I'm nervous. Are you wondering how you can plan your dream wedding during a pandemic? Even though we are in the midst of a pandemic, I want you to know that you still can have your dream wedding. You just have to dream differently and be creative. I'm Janice Williams, and I help busy and overwhelmed brides plan a stress-free dream wedding even during a pandemic. If you stay till the end, you'll know the 3 ways to make your dream wedding come true during a pandemic. So the first one is time. You can either have it earlier or later. However, there are pros and cons for both scenarios. So the pros are, you can pick the date that you want. You can still wear your dream dress. You can still say your wedding vows. You eat the food that you want. You can have your first dance. And you don't have to spend much on the venue and transportation. And it would be more of an intimate wedding. The cons are, your guest list would be limited. You'd have a smaller bridal party, most likely maybe just be your maid of honor and best man. And the wedding altogether would be shorter in length. The cons with regards to having you wait later is the pandemic. You can do everything. The pros are the pandemic, you can do anything that you want. Everything that you planned originally is what you have, especially the amount of guests. You can have unlimited guests. However, the con is you don't know when this pandemic will be over. It actually may take years. Number 2, your guests. If you want to be married now, you have to be creative with your guests. I would recommend that you decide with your significant other, your top 10 to 25 important people that you'd like to be at your wedding. Then the rest of your guests could be online and they can watch you virtually and still be able to spend that time with you. And at the same time, if you have it on Zoom, you just pay $16 Canadian and you can have it recorded as a great keepsake. And number 3, the VPE experience, which stands for Vision, Plan, and Execute. We can make this special for you. You can tell this story to your kids or whomever, and we just have to dream differently, and we'll be able to help you have your dream wedding during this pandemic. By the way, if you want my free guide to top 10 important things for a stress-free dream wedding, you can just click on the link below. If you have any comments, please comment below if this is something that interests you.
Okay, great attempt. Let's all give Janice a round of applause. Okay, so very nice. Okay, so this is a very niche keyword, and the reason why I love niche keyword is guys, understand something. Okay, so when you have niche down, so this is like, getting married, weddings during this pandemic season, right? Now, all of you could be in different markets, but we got to realize that the good thing about having a niche down keyword is that if you choose a keyword that is evergreen, it grows over time. Okay, now here's the powerful thing about YouTube. YouTube, as opposed to other platforms like Facebook and Instagram, Facebook and Instagram, if a post does not get discovered in the first 24 hours, chances are it's buried in the feed and nobody sees it ever, right? Whereas for YouTube, it grows over time. It could be something that you do 3 years, 5 years, 7 years ago. And if it's still relevant over time, then as people are searching, YouTube recommends it and you get more views over the years as long as it's relevant. Okay, so the first thing I just want you to be aware of is that this thing's chances are it's going to be seasonal. Chances are, we don't know, it could be a year, 3 years, 5 years from now, but this video might not be relevant, but it's highly relevant now. So it's good in the short term. Okay, so one thing that I'd like you to think about is other keywords that will also allow you to grow over time that is evergreen, right? This goes for all of you. You want to have good, timely hooks, just like this one, mixed with things that is evergreen in nature so that it can grow over time for your channel as well, right? So that you do something once and then YouTube, the algorithm works for you over time. So think of it as kind of like building a house, developing it once, and now you get to collect rental on this asset for life. Okay, so that's the first thing. Okay, so I like it that's timely. The only downside to timely videos is that it's seasonal and eventually it will fade out. Okay, something to be aware of. Okay, great. So what I love is you really followed the framework to the T. Okay, let's talk about polishing and how we can make this slightly better, some pointers and some tips. Okay, so let's talk about the when you started off with the title, right? When you started off with the title, which is basically getting married during this this pandemic season. And if you stay till the end of this video, so you went through the intro, you introduced yourself. Now, what was missing over there was a slight credibility statement. Okay, so I understand that based on what you said, this is what you've been doing. But here's something that everybody is thinking about if they met you at first point of contact. I would like all of you write down this sentence. It is, why should I listen to you? Right? Who are you as an expert to tell me this thing? Okay, so this should be in the intro. Okay, so what I would have liked is if you helped me understand that credibility statement, which could be like, after having, helped hundreds of brides plan out their ideal wedding that is in line with their budget and requirement. Today in this video, I would love to be able to share with you some of the common mistakes that brides usually make because they tend to get overly excited. They spend too much, as well as some of the common mistakes that they make so that you can avoid them when it comes to planning the most important day of your life. Okay. Janice, could you give us something that is along the lines of the credibility and why we should listen to you with regards to wedding and planning out our ideal wedding? What would you say that might be?
Well, should I say like I'm the owner and lead planner and then name my business name and then helped a lot of brides or couples with their wedding?
Okay, good. So I would like you to drill down on that. When you said, I've helped a lot of brides and couples on wedding, now that is powerful. So think about the result of that. When you say, I've helped them, does that mean I have elevated their stress and now it's stress-free? Is it because now we are, I'm going to be helping them saving money? What do you think is the result you're helping them generate?
I'm helping them be stress-free, save on time, as well as their budget.
Okay, great. So in your intro, it would be, so title from the top, right? So if I were to utilize this, it would be how to plan your perfect wedding during this pandemic. Hey everybody, this is Janice here, and today I would like to be able to share with you what it is that I discovered after helping a lot of couples out there plan their ideal wedding that is in line with their budget, their requirement, as well as making sure that it's practical, that's in line with their budget and their financial capacity. By the end of this video, you're going to be able to discover how you can still have your dream wedding, even if borders are shut down, even if you feel that you might not have that fairy tale wedding that you've always wanted to have as a kid. Because at the end of this video, I'm going to be showing you the pros and cons of having your wedding during this time so that you'll be able to make an informed decision on what you should and should not be doing. So when it comes to planning your wedding during this time of pandemic, these are 3 things to look out for. 1, 2, 3. Okay, whatever it might be just now, right? Content. And then the call to action. Okay, now I noticed that you were sending people to this free guide. But again, the benefit and the payoff to getting this free guide could have been a lot more compelling. Okay, so just repeat this again. If you were to associate the call to action with the benefit, something that we've been doing in the past, what would that sound like? Why should we get this guide? How is it going to help us? Is it going to help us save money? Is it going to give us a clear action plan? Is it going to help us, cut our cost? What would that do for us?
It would be a mixture of being able to plan, be stress-free, and save on your budget, because it's the top 10 important things to do to have a stress-free dream wedding.
Great. So if you want to save money, plan your ideal wedding by understanding these top 10 things that you need to take into account. Most people do not do even 3 of them. Then right below this video in the description box, I left a link. And if you want to be able to download this free training so that you know exactly what it is that you need to be doing, all you got to do is click on the link in the description box below, right? So now there's like clear clarity towards the benefit of me clicking and the call to action. And that's when you can have the call to action, which is like, comment, and subscribe. Okay. Okay, great. So, Janice, well done. Great. So for volunteering, okay, first of all, what have you learned from this? Just walk us through your takeaways and what you've learned from this exercise.
I learned that during your first time, it's quite nerve-wracking, but I know when you practice, it will get a bit easier, and the feedback that you provided is greatly appreciated.
Perfect. Okay, so for that reason, just by the attempt and putting yourself out there, you are in line to get $100 sent over to your PayPal account. And we already know how this is going to be, but you get $100. My team is going to reach out to you for your PayPal details. Let's all give huge round of applause for the attempt. Well done. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so congratulations. Again, guys, when you leave this event, what am I trying to get you to do? It is to take action. To take action in spite of your current circumstances, in spite of your mood, in spite of your feeling, in spite of how you see yourself, in spite of you being awkward, in spite of you being shy, in spite of you, not knowing what to say, in spite of you being nervous, to just do it anyway, to understand that, to not to judge yourself and to get out of your own way. Right? What if I told you that the biggest thing that's going to stop you from taking action after you left this event is not a strategic thing? I mean, strategy is important, but ultimately getting out of and giving yourself permission to move forward. Okay. So I want to be able to walk you through what are the action steps and what are some of the things that you need to be doing after you left this event. How many of you here would love to be able to understand what are the steps you need to be taking after you left this event? Okay, so some of the feedback that my team told me yesterday is that while you guys were scheduling your appointments and the meetings with my team, I know some of you already got accepted, and for those of you that got on the call and if you accepted, congratulations. We got an overwhelming list of applications yesterday. So if your call is not yet scheduled, if my team did not respond to you, understand that give them time, because we've got a lot of people applying and they need time to schedule you in if you're the right fit. Okay, so at the same time, I also know that there were people reaching out to my team saying, hey, you know what? I want to be able to train with you every single week, and I want to be part of Legacy Mentoring. and to be on these weekly calls. Guys, can you imagine if we did these hot seats back and forth, right? This is just one weekend. But can you imagine if we did this every single week and we got practice, and you got to practice in a safe space with each other, with me in breakout rooms? Can you imagine with every attempt every week where you could be a month, 3 months, 6 months from now, right? When you're practicing your offers, your funnels, as well as traffic. Now, at the same time, I understand that for some of you, you said that, hey, you know what? This is not the right time for me and it's not the right fit. And I get that because training with me every single week for a year, whether it is through the coaching calls, whether it's through the implementation weeks, the done with you, or the inner circle, the done for you, it's not within the budget of everybody and it's not meant for everybody. So I want to be able to share with you how your other alternative. Now, the best way to accelerate and get the fastest result would still be legacy mentoring. But if that is something that's just not the right fit for you, I want to be able to share with you your second best option, right? And with your permission, I would love to be able to share with you an event that I've been doing for about 8 years now. It's called the Game Changer Intensive, and it's basically a 5-step process. And whether you want to join us at the event, which is the next step, or whether you want to choose it to do it yourself, these will be the 5 steps. Okay. So, and with your permission, would it be okay with you if I shared with you what these 5 steps are, so that you can decide if you want to do it yourself or if you want to work together with us and have it done in one weekend? Would that be okay? Right. Okay. So, for those of you that want to do legacy, if you want to be able to accelerate at the fastest way possible, then you still need to get on a call. We still want to make sure the right fit, but this would be the second best thing. Okay, so whether you're going to choose to do it with us or whether you're going to do it yourself, these are the 5 steps. Okay, these are the 5 steps that you will be going through if you want to build or grow or scale any successful business online. Okay, so whether you do it yourself, whether you do it together with us at a Game Changer Intensive, these will be the steps. Okay, so please write down what are the steps that is required of you after you leave this event. Okay, number 1. Okay, please write down. The first thing that will happen when you come to the Game Changer Intensive, number 1 is to really establish what is your big idea. Okay, it all begins with establishing what is the big idea. So whatever market that you're in, so whether it is playing the piano by ear, whether it is cryptocurrencies, whether it is teeth whitening, whether it is skincare products, whether it is gaming, whether it is real estate, whether it is Facebook ads, the first thing that you need to do is to really establish, well, what is the big idea? Now, what does it mean to establish what the big idea is? It means this. It comes back down to messaging. Okay, so let me explain what this means. Most campaigns fail not because the ad is horrible. Most campaigns fail is not because the funnel sucks. Most campaigns fail, please write it down, because, please write down, the messaging is too primitive for a matured marketplace. Please write it down. The messaging is too primitive for a matured marketplace. So what does it mean by having a big idea? So, for example, how many of you here have heard of this book called The 4-Hour Workweek? Show of hands if you've heard of The 4-Hour Workweek. Okay. Now, The 4-Hour Workweek by Timothy Ferriss, best-selling book, New York Times best-selling book for many, many years. And if you have ever read this book, what is this book all about? The one concept. If you've ever read The 4-Hour Workweek. If you've ever read The 4-Hour Workweek, let me tell you what the book is all about. It is about this one concept called outsourcing. Exactly. There you go. There you go. Got it right. So what is outsourcing? It's really just hiring somebody that lives in a third world country, paying them $1 to $3 an hour, which, by the way, is not a new concept, right? It is a concept that has been around for very long. However, what is the big idea? The big idea is it's the 4-Hour Workweek. If this book, The 4-Hour Workweek, was called Outsourcing Secrets with the same exact content, with a cover that's just different, this book would have never become a multi-million dollar best-selling product. Why? It is because it would have been lacking a big idea. It was because the messaging would be too primitive for a matured marketplace. So it all begins by thinking about, well, what is your big idea? What is that big idea to creating that video? So like, for example, the videos challenge, the big idea is 21 videos done in 21 days. That's the big idea, right? Rather than calling it video marketing secrets, boo, right? That there's tons of products called video marketing, whatever, right? But now because it's a challenge, the idea is now it's different, okay? So the first thing that we gotta be doing together is, when you come to the Game Change Intensive, is to establish what's the big idea. Please write down, is it new? Is it fresh? Is it exciting, right? It all begins with your messaging when it comes to the big idea, right? Campaigns fail not because the ads suck, not because the funnel is ugly. All of that comes later. It all begins with, well, what is the big idea, right? That's number one. That's the first thing that we're going to be doing together. Now, once we have established your big idea, so understand that there's two main categories of people, right? Which is basically if you have a business or if you don't have a business. Now, let me just do a quick survey. How many of you here, if you have an existing business or product, type in number 1. If you don't have an existing business or product, just type in number 2. Okay, and you're looking to start a business one day, type in number 2. Okay, let me see. So 1, 1, 2, 2. So hard to tell from here, but it looks like it's 70% number 1, 30% number 2s. Okay, so what does this mean? It means that if you already have an existing business, you have a product that you want to sell, I'm going to be showing you how do you create the big idea based on the thing that you want to sell. And if you typed in number 2 and you don't have your own business, I'll help you get started with one by identifying, well, what is your big idea, right? In whatever market or niche that you want to be in. Okay, that's number 1. So just like Julius Dean, where his big idea was magic, but he didn't know how to monetize from it. We talked about his box of magic kits and selling that physical product. That was the big idea, and utilizing his videos as a mechanism to sell the box of magic. Okay. Now, once we have established your big idea, the next thing, step number 2, is all about, please write down, it is all about building up your sales process or sometimes your funnel. Okay, so please write down, you gotta have a funnel. So whatever idea that you have, the next thing that we need to do together is we need to establish, well, what is the sales funnel you want to adopt? Do you want to utilize a lead funnel? Do you want to utilize a free plus shipping funnel? Do you want to utilize a webinar funnel? Do you want to utilize a high ticket application funnel? And we got to now build that funnel. Okay, now I know that this step here is scary to maybe about 50% of you guys. Okay, because some of you are thinking, well, I don't know how to build funnels because I'm not a programmer, not a designer, I'm not a coder. Understand something. It's 2021, technology is in place. Today, there's a lot of platforms out there that can literally help you build up these pages really easily, really quickly, without any tech at all, just by understanding how to point and click. So by the end of this step, this is where you would publish your pages, it will be up and running so that you'll be open for business, right? How many of you here would like to be open for business? Okay, so this is where you want to be able to build a sales process or a funnel to help you either get more leads or more sales. Okay, so this is when you build up your funnel so that you'll be open for business and you'll be able to either get more leads or more sales, right? Utilizing the different funnels that I've shown you, right? And then that is where number 3, this is where monetization comes in. Okay, number 3 is all about, please write down, product promotion. Okay, number 3, please write down product promotion. This is where you have 2 options. Okay, if you want to make any money online, you got to understand how to promote a product. Now you have 2 options over here. Okay, your first option is where I'm going to show you how do you create your own product, sell your own product so that you keep 100% of it all. Okay, that's your first option. I'm going to be showing you what it takes to create my $1 million offers and products. Number 2 is to sell somebody else's product as an affiliate, right? This is known as affiliate marketing. If you're new to this, This is just basically selling somebody else's product to get paid a commission, right? What many people don't know is that the world's largest platforms, whether it's Amazon, whether it is for digital products like ClickBank, could be softwares, could be trading platforms, all of the biggest e-commerce sites in the world, the one thing they all have in common is they have an affiliate platform, which means Amazon will actually pay you money if you referred people that bought stuff on their website. Same thing with software, same thing with the biggest e-commerce sites in the world, whether it's for supplements, whether it's for travel, whether it's for Forex, whether it's for cryptocurrency, they all have an affiliate program. So this is where I'm going to be showing you how I became one of the top affiliates promoting other people's products, my strategy. I'm going to be showing you how I win launches. So some of you might know one of the biggest launches last year was the Traffic Secrets, where I was the #1 affiliate. We did about $600,000 in sales in the month of promotion, okay, to become the #1 affiliate, which was the biggest launch last year when Russell Brunson launched his book. Okay, so this is where you never want to just rely on one stream of income, right? I'm going to be showing you how do you adopt affiliate marketing into this entire ecosystem. Because how many of you here would love to be able to have multiple streams of income? Okay, so that is when you want to be able to incorporate affiliate marketing as part of your business model. Okay, so this is the third step. This is the third thing that we're going to be doing together as part of the Game Changer Intensive when you come. And again, guys, whether you decide to join us or not, these are the 5 steps. Okay, so whether you want to choose to do it on your own, figure it out on your own, do it together with us, these are the 5 steps. Okay, number 4, after you have mapped out your product and created your product, number 4, it's all about traffic. Okay, now traffic, there's 2 types of traffic. Okay, this is where it's either utilizing traffic to build a following, which is free traffic, which is basically now focusing on organic. This is where I'm going to be talking about and showing you what does it look like to build up a huge following on social media platforms, so that when people think about you, your brand, your company, your niche, your industry, they come to you rather than you going to them, right? So the question is, how do you build yourself up as an authority, as an expert in your marketplace, so that it puts you in a position where people come to you rather than you going to them? So this is where I will be showing you how I built up a following of slightly over 1 million people on Instagram, over 2 million people on Facebook. And that's the first type of traffic, right? Which is basically building a following. The second type of traffic is understanding how to create profitable ads. We've talked about the messaging here today, right? But this is where I'm going to be showing you the structure of ad campaigns. This is where we're going to go into things like, how do you set up a winning ad campaign? How do you target your messaging, your retargeting, your campaigns, your bidding strategies? When you scale, the numbers you should understand in order to scale a traffic campaign, right? So this weekend, we've talked about messaging. We've covered messaging when it comes to ads. But the next level is now that you understand messaging, the next level is, well, how does it look like when you actually run the campaign? Who should you be targeting? What is your budget? What should your retargeting look like? How do you scale it? What type of numbers should you be looking at? How do you scale profitably? What should you do when you reach ad fatigue, when you reach audience fatigue, right? So this is where we're going to be talking about traffic. And finally, number 5, which is the end game of it all. Number 5 is, how do you take everything that is listed over here, and finally, how do you automate it all? Okay, please write down the word automate. Now, this is the end game. What is the end game? The end game, please write down, is to remove yourself from the business. Please write that down. Remove myself from the business. So how do you remove yourself from the business? Please write down systems and process. Okay, systems and process. Now, what does this mean? Well, let me show you guys something, okay? Remove yourself from the process. So I am loading up my Marriott app over here. And give me a second while it loads. I want to show you guys something interesting, okay? they changed the thing here a little bit. Now, I don't know if you guys can see this, but over here, it's a little bit out of focus. Now, this is my Marriott app, which is basically the app that I utilize to whenever I stay in a Marriott-related hotel, which is like Westin, W, Ritz-Carlton, St. Regis. And I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is my amount of nights that I've stayed in a Marriott hotel, 637 nights, okay? Now, why am I showing you this? It is because before the lockdown happened, a big part of my life was constantly traveling. I love staying in hotels. I love traveling. I love bringing my parents, my family to different parts of the world. And in most cases, it could be the case that I would be away from home for like traveling the world, 30 nights, 50 nights. And there were some times where I would, like back in 2019, I probably stepped into office like 20 times the entire year. And there wasn't a single day where I was in my office from 9 to 5. And that could only happen because of people and process, okay? So what am I trying to get you to see is that in most cases, businesses, the business owner is the business. Where if you take the business owner away for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 2 months, the business would crumble, okay? But why was I able to sustain this lifestyle when borders were open and constantly travel and stay in hotels? It is because of this final step over here. You see, for many of you guys on this call right now, some of you could be a business owner. Some of you could be a CEO of an organization. And you're thinking to yourself, well, Peng Joon, why don't I just send my marketing guy over? Because this sounds like it's a marketing training. Here's why it's not, okay? Understand that today, because of this step, this is the only step that I'm working on. Today, I have not built my own funnel for years. I can't remember the last time I built a funnel. If I really wanted to, can I build one? Yeah, sure. Same thing for running ads. I don't log into my ad account to look into creating this ad and seeing the numbers. Now, here's why, as a business owner, you have to learn how to do this. Just think of it as, it's kind of like, I believe that every great entrepreneur should understand their year-end accounts when their auditor gives them their P&L, profit and loss, and balance sheet statements. So for example, when my auditor gives me my P&L and balance sheet statements, I understand what it means if we got a good year or not, but I don't know how to prepare it. Okay, now this is what I'm trying to get you to see. From a big picture perspective, you could be a business owner, a chiropractor. You could be a gym owner. You could be looking to sell supplements, and you could be saying, but Peng Joon, I'm not here to show you Facebook ads, even though I'm showing you Facebook ads. I'm here to show you that eventually when you scale, when you want to hire a digital agency, whether you want to hire somebody in-house and train them, whether you want to outsource, the question is, are you able to understand the numbers and KPIs? If somebody says, hey, these are the numbers we produced on your Facebook ad campaigns this month, most people don't. They'll just have to take it at face value based on what the person that they're outsourcing to or the agency, and that's where it all falls apart, right? But what if you know exactly what it takes to build a winning converting funnel? What if you understood finally what it takes to promote a product? What if you understood what it takes to scale and build converting ads as well as campaigns that is highly scalable? Then that is when you'll be able to work on your business and not in your business, right? You probably heard of a saying, you want to be working on your business and not inside the business, which is the thing that keeps you busy every single day, right? That is how you scale this entire thing, right? So these are the 5 steps that you should be doing. And if you want to be able to accelerate and do it all in 1 weekend with me, that is where I want to invite you to the Game Changer Intensive. Okay, so how does this entire thing work? Well, let me just show you here comes the stack, right? Here comes the offer. Okay, number 1 is really the live training. Okay, so it is going to be a live 3-day, and the dates team, if you guys can give me the dates, I can't remember when the next dates are, but just write it down, just give it to me in a second. Let me know when the 3-day is. So this is when you'll be able to come for the live 3-day Game Changer Intensive. How it works is pretty much like this, right? We'll be going through the 5 steps. The only difference is that it's slightly longer because it's in a lot more in detail. So the hours per day are a little bit longer, 1 or 2 hours, a little bit longer than this event, but it starts at a time zone where it's 1 hour earlier than where we started. Okay, we'll talk about the exact times and dates in a second when my team gives me the details. Okay, number two is, please write down, is the pre-training. Okay. Number 2 is the pre-training. Oh, so the team just dropped it. So these would be the 3 days. You will be coming on the 21st to 23rd if you are in the Asia time zone. If you are in the US, it would be from the 20th to the 22nd. Okay, so it's about 6 hours per day, 3 days. Okay, those are the time slots. Now there's a reason why it's happening in May and not next week. Okay, and the reason for that is there's pre-training. There's 3 sessions of pre-training. Now, what is the pre-training for? The pre-training is to help you get prepped for this event. Okay, so for this event, because it's happening in May and it's going to be a while back, the reason for that is because all of you are starting at different starting points, right? Some of you could be seasoned marketers. Some of you could be just starting out. So I want to make sure that everybody starts at the same starting point, which is point A. Okay, so this is where I'm going to walk you through the setup so that everybody starts at the same starting point so that you'll be able to maximize your time with me when you come to the event. Okay, so that is number 2. Number 3, okay, the third thing that you're going to get. So I want to make sure that this thing really supports you in the implementation of this entire thing. So what is the next thing that you're going to get? The next thing you're going to get is 366 social media posts, okay, to really help you with your entire social media scheduling. How many of you here, you've struggled with this process before, which is basically you went in front of your computer or your mobile and you say, you know what? I want to be able to post something today, and you just didn't know what to say in this event or on this post. How many of you that's happened to you before? Okay, so this 366 social media post is where you will be able to get the different templates so that all you got to do is model it, copy it, and utilize it in your social media. So regardless of your market, regardless of your industry, you'll be able to just copy it, swipe it, deploy it into your campaigns, okay? So what else are you going to get? The next thing you're going to get is my $1 million ads training. Now, I truly believe that my $1 million ads masterclass, now obviously I'm very biased, but I believe that my Facebook ads training, my $1 million ads masterclass, something that we sell for $997, is the best of its kind out there. This is literally where I take all of my best ads, the different framework, and what it is that we discovered after spending millions of dollars on ads, so that you'll be able to model these frameworks and just copy and paste them and fill in the blanks, regardless of what market or niche or industry you might be in. Okay, so my Game Changer Intensive, this is actually a $4,000 event when I used to do it live in person. The social media post, this is something that we sell for $97 online. Okay, and the next thing that you guys are going to get. Okay, so what else do you need? So if you really think about it, we talked about messaging this weekend, right? The next thing that you need is to get practice. Now, what better way to practice other than doing it in a way that is fun and engaging, right? Now, I know that some of you might have done my challenge before, but I want to challenge you to either do the challenge again and go for a refresher, because let's face it, we all could use practice. But what if I could help you get 21 videos in 21 days done, so that you can utilize these videos to get a bigger reach, get more leads, more sales? And this video challenge is something that we we offer at $97, right? So how many of you here would love to be able to get 21 videos done in 21 days, right? In a way that's fun and engaging, exciting, right? I know some of you have done that before, right? I would like you to do it again, get a refresher, so that you'll be able to, and you know that on this challenge, we actually give out prizes and incentive just for taking action, okay? So these are the 5 things, and one of the things that I believe in, okay, is always, giving out bonuses to really make it an absolute no-brainer, okay? So these bonuses, I do not sell them anywhere, okay? Let me share with you what bonus number 1 is that is not available for sale anywhere else, okay? The first one would be my $1 million funnels. Now, what does this mean? In my account, I have over 100 different funnels built up, and these funnels, whether it's a free plus shipping funnel, whether it's a webinar funnel, whether it's a high ticket funnel, whether it's a challenge funnel, whether it's a live event funnel, a virtual event funnel, we have built up all these different funnels in e-commerce, in digital, in selling services, in high ticket. But what if I were to give you these same funnels that has generated me millions of dollars, so that all you got to do is to take these same exact funnels, the exact architecture, the exact infrastructure, so that all you got to do is swap out the images, change the languaging. How many of you would love to be able to have my $1 million funnels, right? So this is not based on theory. It's not based on funnels that I think is going to work. It's not based on good vibes that I feel that, oh, it's a funnel that will convert. This is literally my $1 million funnel. So that means if for example, my platform closing funnel, my $1 million ads funnel, my content multiplier funnel, my webinar funnels, my high ticket legacy mastermind funnels, I'm not going to give you like a generic looking funnel. I'm going to give you the exact funnel that you see. And I don't know if you are familiar with the ClickFunnels community, but you will realize that my funnels are probably the most modeled after funnels out there. There's a lot of people that's constantly trying to model my funnels. But what if I gave you literally the exact funnel so that you just need to swap out the images and the words, knowing very well the entire architecture and infrastructure is a proven working model? How many of you would like that, right? Just think about just this thing alone over here. If you were to hire your own funnel designer to build up a funnel from scratch that may not even understand marketing well, how much do you think a decent funnel designer would actually cost? Guys, let me know in the chat. If you've ever hired a good funnel designer, how much do you think a good funnel designer will cost you in the market today? Right? Exactly. Everybody knows a good funnel designer, $10,000 to $15,000. And I'm not lowballing. Just check the community. This is what a typical funnel, a good funnel designer. The last thing you want to do is to have the horrible funnel designer build up a funnel for you. But what if I were to straight up give you my $1 million funnel? So I'm being very conservative with this, but this is where I'm going to be sharing with you approximately 50 different funnels. And I can tell you just one funnel alone, if implemented, is easy. I'm putting a $10,000 value here, but I'm lowballing. I'm being very conservative because these funnels has made me millions of dollars. That's bonus number 1. Okay. And I can tell you just this bonus alone is just well worth the entire investment. Okay. Bonus number 2, guys, I don't even have a slide for this. Okay. I'm just free rolling over here. Bonus number 2 would be where you would get my case study of how I became the #1 affiliate for the biggest launch last year that was called Traffic Secrets, where we did about $600,000 in sales, right, in 29 days. Okay, so this was for Russell Brunson's Traffic Secrets. 29 days, we did about $600,000 in sales. Now, this is where I'm not just going to give you the training, but I am literally going to give you all of the emails, all of the swipes, all of the resources, the targeting, the ads, the retargeting campaigns, the emails, the follow-up sequences, so that you can utilize it, model it, plug and play it into your own promotions. You could be in a totally different market. You could be promoting a totally different product. But what if you could model the same languaging, the same messaging, the same follow-up process, the same type of targeting that is related to your market, right? How many of you here would love to be able to get the entire case study of how I became the #1 affiliate? Okay, so guys, I can tell you guys something. I don't know if you've bought other courses out there, but I can tell you that there's a lot of people out there who made like $10,000 in affiliate marketing, and now they're selling a $2,000 course on affiliate marketing. Or worse yet, there are people who have never made $1 online, and now they're selling a $2,000 course on affiliate marketing. This second bonus is not something that I sell anywhere else. This is literally the actual case study of the exact steps, our ads, our emails, and it is like a 50+ page document that documents specifically what we did to get over $600,000 in sales. And I can tell you that somebody that was in the top 10 in the contest actually messaged me and told me that this thing alone is well worth $5,000 just by executing the steps in here. Okay, so it did $600,000 for me. I don't even know how to put a number to this, so I'm going to put, priceless, right? You tell me how much this thing's worth. Okay, so all in all, whenever I did this in a live event setting, my Game Changer Intensive has always been a $4,000 investment. And here's the thing. I know that $4,000 seems like it's a large investment. And $4,000, let's face it, it is a lot of money, right? But the question that I would like you to ask yourself is this, right? Even though $4,000 is a large investment, the first question I'd like to ask you is, number one, if all this did was help you build a system, right? A system that allows you to put $1 in to get back $2 out very conservatively. And if all this did was just that, would you say that's worth $4,000? Right? This one super simple funnel, free plus shipping, this one funnel alone did over $1 million for me, right? A couple of million now, right? Ever since we launched. And if all it took me was to pay $4,000 to get this funnel built, I would pay for it all day, every day, right? But if all this did was to help you build one funnel, one system that puts $1 in and get back $2 out, would it be worth $4,000? Right? You tell me. Second question I have for you is, if all this did was, if it helped you automate and streamline your business so that you got your sanity back, so that now you have more free time to spend time with your loved ones, family, friends, would it be worth $4,000? Right? How much is your time worth? Okay. So I just going to play you this one video. Okay. Now I'm not going to show you like a bunch of testimonials. I'm just going to summarize it inside this one video to show you exactly what feedback from my participants were when I did this thing live in person. Okay, let me just go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so this is the last time I did my event. This was in Europe, right? Where each participant paid $4,000. Okay, I want to show you what this looked like when I did this event in person. Okay, and you guys decide for yourself how much this thing's worth.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, since we're here, and I had no idea we were going to do this, but now this will be a good time for me to get some valuable feedback from you. Now, let me ask you a question. Raise your hand if you are at the third and final day of Internet Income Intensive. Right, thank you. How many of you would say that this event has been better than pretty good? In fact, how many of you would say that you've been to other events before, but this one definitely surpassed all your expectations? Thank you. And how many of you now have a beautiful looking website? You're now open for business, and in fact, you actually made a sale and your first transaction right here in this very room. How many? And raise your hand if you absolutely know 100% that this event is the one defining event that will make all the difference in your life. And how many of you know that if you actually put this into practice, it will transform your life, not just what you knew, but emotionally and spiritually in all aspects of your life as well. How many of you know that? And what if, let me ask you this, what if I were to offer 100% of your money back? But that, I would want to offer 100% of your money back, but that would mean that you can't implement anything that I was shown this weekend. Is there anyone here who would want to buy that? Look at that, there's 200 people here in this room. What if I were to offer you double your money back? Is there anyone here? What I gave you 3 times your money back. How many of you would agree that this event is worth much more than just a price tag? Here's the thing, guys. If you know that this event is worth a minimum of at least $500,000 US, and do this only if you believe that this is 100% truth, right? Only do it if you know it's 100% truth. If you know that this is at least at $500,000 US, I would like you to stand up. Do that only if you believe that it's true. I want to thank all of you in this room for allowing me to share my passion. I believe that my work here is done.
When I was at this event, I had many people coming up to me, calling me crazy, and I was like, why do you say that? And they say, you know, here in Europe, we have a lot of different options and choices, but we have never been to one event where the trainer offered us something like that to give us our money back after the event is over. And I said, well, number one, it's because I don't need your money. And number two, it's because I know how much it is worth if implemented. And I think that those were the words that I forgot to mention. Because the truth is, you could learn however much you want from watching a YouTube video or reading books or attending trainings. But if you don't take any action, how much is it worth? It's worth nothing, right? So it's only worth something if implemented, okay? So let's just head back to the slides over here. So it's only worth something if you take action on it. And this is the Game Changer Intensive. You know, ever since I started doing it live in-person events, I've always done it at this price point. Only difference again, when I did it in the UK, it was in pounds. When I did it in Europe, it was in euros, okay? So you can see why it is an amazing deal at $4,039.97, which is why it's a price point that I've utilized all around the world. Now, obviously, because it's a live event, the mechanics are slightly different, and there are a lot of costs and overheads to that. And you're not going to invest that amount because now you don't need to fly over to a different country. I don't have to book an entire 5-star hotel ballroom, and for that reason, it's not even going to be $2,000, which is a very common price point on a webinar. It's only going to be $997. Okay, so if you want to be able to do this, I don't even have the link for this right now. Let me check and see what it is. But Pingjun, okay, the link is, please write down pingjun.com/advance. Okay, pingjun.com/advance is the place to go to, and pingjun.com/advance. Here we go. Wait, I think I got the link right. Let me see. It is. No, it's not pingjun.com. It is oldschoolnewsstrategy.com/advance. Okay, guys, if you want to be able to take advantage of this offer, oldschoolnewsstrategy.com/advance is the place to go to when you click on checkout. Okay, so this is what you are going to get. Guys, team, go ahead and just drop the link right now. If you want to be able to take advantage of this offer, and join us at the next one happening in May, together with everything that we talked about here, the live event, the pre-training, together with the social media post done for you, our $1 million ads, our 21-day videos challenge, together with being a part of our Game Changers graduates community. If you want to be able to get our Traffic Secrets affiliate marketing case study where we did about $650,000 in sales. If you want to be able to get all of my $1 million funnels as well as other bonuses not even mentioned earlier, then all you got to do is go to oldschoolnewsstrategy.com/advance. Head over to this page right now. And one thing that I want to mention, okay, hold your horses 1 second. I noticed like, man, okay, wait. I noticed that some of you have already checked out. Guys, I didn't expect you to be this quick. Guys, pause 1 second. If you're on this page right now, just raise your hand if you're on this page right now. Raise your hand if you're on this page right now. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I've always believed that people who are decisive, people who are successful are action takers. So here's what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to give you a coupon code. You guys might be familiar with this. Do not share this code. Okay, but here's what I'm going to do. I want to make this an absolute no-brainer because you guys have been here with me on this 3-day live event. So I'm going to take 50%. Now, this is something that I have no intentions of doing after the lockdown is over, but I'm going to give you this code, which is basically Old School News Strategy, OSNS 2021, but it's only applicable today. That is the catch. The catch is this coupon code is only applicable today. And when you apply this code, it is going to take $500 off to your entire investment. Okay, so if you want to take an entire 50% off and to be able to join us at this Game Changer Intensive, guys, please do not share this code. This is not for the public. This is just for you guys. My team will check to make sure that it is it tallies with your registration here this weekend. But if you want to take a full $500 out, and if you want to be able to take advantage of this, that's not going to be repeated again when the lockdown is over. I have never done my event at this price point before a lockdown happened. Then all you got to do is type in this coupon code into the checkout. Okay. And again, guys, I want to be very clear and transparent with you guys. This coupon code is only going to be working now, today. This is not for the public. It is only meant for those of you that's here on Old School News Strategy. Okay, so if you come back tomorrow, a week after, and say, hey, Pingjun, I want to take you up on an offer, offer's off the table. Okay, so if you want to be able to do that, all you got to do is go to oldschoolnewsstrategy.com/advance in order to make it happen. Okay, so while you guys are doing that right now, I just want to, before we take a short break and before we go into the last portion of the day, I just want to mention, okay, so at a $497 investment, just take a look at this, okay, $497. If you took this, first of all, how many of you here learned something this weekend, right? Show of hands, if you learned something this weekend. How many of you know that if we could spend more time together, if you had access to my systems and my processes, it will make a difference in your business and your life? How many of you know that? Okay, so if you want to be able to join me and make that happen, all you got to do is go to the checkout link right now. Make sure you put in that coupon code. And basically $497, if you're still thinking about this, if you divided this over a year, 365 days, that's like $1.36 a day. That's like a Starbucks a day. In fact, you can't even get a Starbucks today. It's like a pack of chicken nuggets, okay? So the point I'm trying to make is you will spend this money anyway. Why not take this amount, invest it in yourself so that you get it back many times over, right? Why not do that? Okay, you're gonna spend the money anyway. So if you want to be able to do this, go ahead. I want to make sure that I give sufficient time for all of you to go ahead and sign up. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put a 7-minute timer up for you guys to go ahead and sign up, check out, claim your bonuses, so that after that, I know some of you might have some questions. We're gonna come back. I'm gonna answer some of your questions, and we are going to kind of wrap up and do a quick Q&A right after this break. Okay, so let me just put a 7-minute timer so that you guys can go ahead and check out right now. And we will resume right after this when you guys go ahead and claim your bonuses and take advantage of this offer. Okay, so let me just look for, I'm gonna put a 7-minute timer. Any questions? We'll do a Q&A right after this.
I have been stressing about doing a live event for a very long time.
I thought we actually had an idea of how to throw good events and monetize on it, but apparently not.
What am I going to do? I know I'm going to write a book. I know I'm going to be on stage. I know I'm going to be training.
It has been a very long time since I've attended something that was this amazing. My mind was blown.
Do you want accelerated results? Do you want to actually get things done quicker? Because if the answer to that is yes, then you must be here.
Ping, when we launched my book, Expert Secrets, a little while ago, he came out of nowhere and crushed all the other affiliates. It still blows my mind he was able to sell as many books as he did. So a ton of books. We had him speak at Funnel Hacking Live talking about his content, how he does what he does. And it's amazing. The presentation, first off, it was so cool to see how he systemizes the entire process, which is awesome. But then second off, he shared a really vulnerable video clip. We had people he was crying. It was just, his connection was amazing.
I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know where to start, how to open, how to close, nothing. But I just took 14 pages of notes, and I'm walking away with more confidence in an event than ever before. I'm going to go in, and I know that I'm going to change lives now.
My mind is blown. I've done millions and millions of dollars in sales from the stage. I've had events where I've done hundreds of thousands of dollars an hour from the stage. And I learned so much at this event about how to create more sales in my events. I am so glad I attended. If you're wondering whether or not Peng Joon's event is worth your time, not only is it worth your time, it's worth your time, it's worth your money, it's worth your effort, it's worth your energy.
We just here at the Peng Joon event, and it was incredible. Learning how to really persuade and help people make the right decisions for themselves in their lives. We are in a room full of impressive and amazing people. Everyone's taking notes and are really excited to take this back, to be able to influence people that we're trying to serve. And for me, I'm really excited to help business owners who are struggling, who want to get to the next level. And I know that doing this with a face-to-face live event is just going to be amazing because we can really impact them and help motivate and inspire them to take the right actions. With Peng Joon's system, there's nothing left to chance, there's nothing left undone, and it's just a step-by-step process to get there. You got to work with him to be inspired, to see how to do it the right way.
And I've been doing live events for about 5 years, and I thought I knew a lot about events until I came to this one. My biggest takeaway by far is the way that I'm going to frame the entire event. From the moment that I stepped into this room has been top notch. Peng Joon completely over-delivered, and he really inspired me to bring my A game even higher than before. Just seeing all of the different touches, all of the different nuances about the event that can help me help our event attendees make an even bigger impact in the world. If you are thinking about joining this program and working with Peng Joon, don't hesitate for another minute. I have been absolutely blown away at the caliber of the event, the sincerity that Peng Joon has in his delivery of his content, his desire to help the attendees get the absolute most out of the event. Every single drop of information that he gives is so immensely valuable and will help me help other people.
When I came to Peng Joon's event, I had no idea what was going to happen in terms of detail. Like, it's easy to look at someone like Peng, who's spoken on stage with like Tony Robbins, all these big people, and he has this really humble upbringing, right? But what's crazy is it's easy to dismiss like the level of deep work that he's put into mastering the things that he teaches. The level of like granularity and like just specifics that I got. I have 13 pages of small font handwritten notes. I kid you not. My mind is like overwhelmed with the amount of things I get to implement when I get back. I'm super, super grateful because Peng has a super high level of success, which is very apparent because his accomplishments speak for themselves. But you couple that with a heart to give back, a heart to serve people. It's like a perfect storm of awesomeness for people like me. Appreciate it so much. This was an incredibly valuable decision that I made. I'm so glad that I pulled the trigger to come here. I mean this with all sincerity.
If someone were debating this, I would tell them to count the cost of not doing it. You know, what's it going to cost you if you keep that dream on the table of speaking or throwing an event, reading a course? What I've taken away is that basically he's giving you everything you need to make the dream happen. And so that's the cost of not doing that. Peng is awesome to see where he came from, 6 years ago and how he started and what he's doing now. There's hope for all of us.
And I've got to tell you guys, as somebody who's been attending seminars and personal development events for like the last 10 years, it has been a very long time since I've attended something that was this amazing. And the reason why it was amazing is because Peng's way of thinking about things is extremely systematic, and he breaks everything down step by step by step and tells you exactly what you need to do. But not only that, he gives you these super insightful strategies that I don't think I've heard anybody else teaching. And I'm completely immersed in the world of internet marketing and business development strategies. And Peng's event today was absolutely one of the best events I've ever been to. And if you have the chance to go to one of his events, I highly and strongly recommend it if you want to see your business scale and grow, because his stuff is legit. He's used it all over the entire world. And I just feel really grateful to have been able to be a part of this today.
And Peng Joon is one of the very rare individuals that could do very well with both in terms of not just promoting and marketing an event, but also delivering a great experience. Not only myself, I have my director of events for my company go through Peng Joon's system to learn tools and strategies that to help us to make our event better. If you want to know how to market an event and also how to monetize an event and how to deliver that memorable experience for your audience, doesn't matter if you're getting started, this is your first event, or you've been doing this for a while, I highly recommend Peng Joon's system. I don't recommend a lot of people, but this system I highly endorse. Check it out.
If you have a chance to work with Peng Joon at an event, if it's with selling books and with driving traffic, like he's amazing at pretty much all these different skill sets across the board. If you get a chance to work with him, definitely do it.
Thank you, Peng, for such amazing insights that you shared with us attending one of his events.
Do it now.
Nobody teaches like him. Do it.
Here's your push, go.
It will change your life for the rest of your life.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the final session of the day. And if you guys are back, please go ahead and switch on your videos and your cameras so that I will be able to see you guys and engage with you guys, answer some of your questions. Hervey Kibwe, nice to see you holding up that Game Changer Intensive book. I don't know if you guys can see it, but that looks like you attended my live event a while back. Let us know which country you attended in. Okay, good to see you here today. That's the magic of the lockdown, isn't it? It kind of brings everybody together. It must have been a while since I saw you. Okay, so I'm going to be answering some of the questions that you might have, but real quick, let me just go ahead and welcome some of you that has already signed up, so that I want to make sure that the team is clear of making sure that your bonuses are sent and given to you. So we have, let me just look at, Sonia Prince, congratulations. You were actually the first person that signed up. Okay. Lorena Nunez, congratulations. We have Kate Nash. Kate, congratulations. Good to see you. Edgar Delibo, well done. Man, where's this? Christina and Iglesias, congratulations, Christine. Next person we have is Michelle Lizaran. Congratulations, Michelle. See you at the event. Monique Liam. Monique, good to see you. Congratulations. Sergio, didn't have your last name over here. Congratulations, Sergio. I'll see you at the live event. Next person that we have is Pawan Naidu. Pawan, good to see you here. Oh, Aaron Sim. Aaron, good to see you here. Didn't realize you were at this event. Next person we have is George Cheong. George, congrats. I'll see you at the Game Changer Intensive. Next person is Sheldon Sonnenberg. Sheldon, congrats. We have Steve Swen, Mark Celino, Tiesha Green. Tisha Green. We have Kelvin Lim from Singapore. We have Harry congrats. Guys, as I'm reading out this name, team, just make sure that you are taking note of their names. These are the names that is eligible for all the bonuses that we talked about. Eric Flanders, congrats. Neville Dean, congrats. Next person we have is Rob Renee. Rob, good to see you here. Rob, congrats for being decisive. I will see you at the Game Changer Intensive. Janice Williams. Janice, congrats. Ngo Bakale, Manuela Megarite. Hope I pronounced your name right. Rachel Egenius, congratulations. We have Bernard Ong. Congrats, Bernard. We have more names coming in. But guys, before I continue, just want to say, first of all, if you have signed up, let's talk about the mechanics. What's going to happen is you are going to be receiving the welcome email in about 24 hours. This is going to give you the details to the pre-training. This is going to give you access to get started. Okay. And all of the bonus tools that we talked about, that's going to be sent to you when you attend the event so that you know what to do with it. But the only thing that you need to be doing is look out for that welcome email that gets you started on the pre-training. And those 3 sessions is the only 3 things you need to be doing from now until the event. Okay. And if you guys have, any specific questions, you can ask it during the Q&A or just write in to my team. Okay. So to kind of recap everything, I want to do a quick Q&A with you guys right now. Any questions that you guys might have, and I'm just gonna, wrap up with one final thing to really show you, what it is that you need to be doing when you leave this event. Okay, so the first question that was asked is, then what is the difference between this Game Changer Intensive and your legacy mentoring? Okay, so legacy mentoring is my coaching at the highest level. Legacy mentoring is literally where I do calls just like this, where we work on 3 things. We talked about what the 3 things are, which is basically the offer, the funnel, as well as traffic. And every single week for 2 hours, you'll get on this live call where I will teach something and you'll go do it. And we have different people in the hot seats. So it could be somebody, it could be you, where we take a look at the offer. It could be somebody's funnel. It could be somebody's traffic sources. And every single session, we will do something together so that you'll walk out of the session with something done. So for example, in our last session, we created a Facebook ad to avoid ad fatigue from TikTok. Okay, so it was a complicated process, which is basically creating ads from TikTok and running it as an ad on multiple platforms. So what you'll do is you'll be on the call like this. We'll be able to see each other. You'll be able to practice with each other, just like how you've been on the hot seats in the last 3 days, okay? The difference now is when I do these calls, because they're a much smaller group, we'll be doing this thing called a breakout session where you'll break out into your own groups and practice with each other every time I teach something. Now, all these calls, they're about 2 hours long. If you miss these live calls, they will be posted into your members area, okay? So legacy mentoring at the base, it is where you'll be able to meet up with me every single week for a year. So that's the first differentiator. You don't train with me just one weekend. You train with me for the entire year. Now, depending on which level you apply for. So if you apply for the second level, which is Immerse, that is when you'll also be able to come for all of my different implementation weeks. Now, implementation week used to be a 4-day, $15,000 event where people fly over to my studio. But obviously, because of the pandemic, nobody can fly over right now, borders are closed. So what we did was we took that entire experience virtually instead. So instead of just flying over to a totally different part of the world and work with me, you'll be able to come for the different virtual events, virtual implementation week, together with the weekly accountability calls with my team, where it's a done with you experience. It's a lot more customized to you, and you'll do it together with me. And if you're applying for the highest level, which is Legacy Mastermind, I know some of you applied to that level and some of you were accepted as well. So at the highest level, that is when you will have access to me as well as my team, where we work and do work for you. It's done for you as an agency level. Now, depending on your requirements and depending on where you're at, that you still need to go through an application process. I know there was somebody yesterday that said, I don't need to go for a phone call. Here's the money. Just give me the checkout link. Guys, it does not work that way. Just because you have the money doesn't mean that you're right fit. Okay, so there's no exceptions. Everybody has got to go for the interviews as well as a strategy session to make sure that we're right fit for each other. Okay, so that's the main difference between Legacy Mentoring and Game Changer Intensive. Game Changer Intensive is a weekend with me, just like this weekend over here, where else the Legacy Mentoring is a full-fledged 1-year training where it's either do it yourself, done with you, or done for you. But either way, you got to make sure you get on the call to schedule that appointment with my team, right? How many of you here, you've already scheduled your calls? Okay. How many of you here, you've not yet scheduled your call, but you want to schedule your call, just didn't do it just yet? Okay, great. So if you want to be able to do that, one of the things that I told my team is this: we're going to do something absolutely crazy. In fact, I don't think the team knows just yet, okay? But I'm going to make an executive decision right now. Actually, in fact, I have never done this before. And when I say that, I'm not coming from a typical marketer saying, I've never done it before. I've never made this offer before that you're about to hear. So here's what I'm going to do. For those of you that applied, if you are accepted, I know some of you here applied and you also paid for this Game Changer Intensive, okay? How many of you applied and you also paid for this Game Changer Intensive? Show of hands. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, right? People like you, Alicia, I see your hand raised. I see your hand raised, Pawan. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. If you apply for the call and if you are accepted into any tier of Legacy Mentoring, I'm going to make an executive decision and we are going to refund you for Game Changer Intensive just because. If you are accepted at Legacy Mentoring, we are going to include Game Changer Intensive as part of the offer to you, and we are going to refund your investment. Now, how many of you would agree that I could easily have sold this as a separate thing altogether, right? I made more money, right? How many of you here would love to be able to have Game Changer Intensive as a bonus, right? Right, so guys, if it is all about the money, I mean, obviously I'm running a business over here, but if it was all about money, it would have been a totally different thing. We've already processed all of your payments, but one of the things that I want to be able to do is I want to support you in this journey. Okay, so if you apply for Legacy Mentoring and if you're accepted, but the catch is, guys, you got to make your appointments right after this, because one of the things that my team does is we only schedule appointments after whenever we have an event. So if you don't get your schedules in by the end of the day, within the next hour or so, my team is only going to schedule and look at that spreadsheet the next time we do an event, which is about a month away. Okay, so if you want to make sure you speak to my team, get insights so that we can help you get to where you want to be and that goal and the result a whole lot quicker to see if you're right fit for each other, then be sure to utilize the application link that we talked about yesterday. Okay, so I hope this clears up the difference between these two different offers. Now, with regards to other questions that you guys might have, I'm going to leave the room open even after this event is over, so they can speak to my team about the logistics and details and the coaching and all of that and all the details. So Grace says, what is the price of Legacy Mentoring? Like I said earlier, there are 3 different tiers. If you want the done for you, it's $30,000. Obviously, that's not for everybody. If you want to be able to work with my team, my copywriters, my designers, as well as my coders to build up everything for you. That's 30K. If you want to join us at the immersed level where it's done with you, where you get all of our trainings, our implementation weeks for an entire year, together with the weekly calls and the weekly implementation check-ins, that would be 15K. And at Legacy Mentoring, at the first tier, which you meet up with me every single week for a year to keep you accountable, to give you feedback on what it is that you need to be doing next, to be in a part of a support group as well as a family, that's 5K, 5.5K. Okay, but either way, again, guys, speak to my team. They will see and prescribe which package they feel might be the best fit for you. Okay, so let's kind of wrap up this entire thing with this final thing. Okay, so now that you've attended this entire training, and again, guys, whether you decide to join me at Game Changer Intensive or whether you decide to apply for Legacy Mentoring, here's the thing that I would like you to take away with, okay? And ultimately, it's this. Yesterday, when I gave that demo example of that do or die example, or how many of you remember that do or die example? Okay. That's really how I approach a lot of different things in life. And here's what I would like you guys all to do right now. Okay, guys, I would like you in your rooms right now, take out that sticky note or a piece of paper and literally just write those 3 words. Write down do or die. Just do that right now. Just toy this and play with this idea from me in a second. Okay, just go ahead and write those words down, do or die, right? In a physical piece of paper, not on an iPad, not typing it on Microsoft Word, but physically, so that it's staring at your face, do or die. Now, if you have written those words, guys, show it to me. Show it to me. Guys, switch on your videos. Guys, this is going to be like last few minutes of the event. Okay, guys, just show it to me. Do or die. 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 Okay, good. Now, these words here, I would like you to put it up somewhere that's visible. Okay, and I can tell you that these words, I've reminded myself of these words multiple times in my life and in my business, which is basically if somebody pointed a gun, not to me, but to a loved one of mine. Again, I want to end it with this, guys. If somebody barged into your living room with a gun, pointing that gun to a loved one, and as crazy and insane as it sounds, I want you to imagine that fire, how angry you'd be. The fire from within. And if somebody said, if you don't hit this goal, whatever that goal might be for you, whether it's weight loss, whether it's building a funnel, whether it's figuring Facebook out, whether it's running a marathon, whatever it might be, okay? I want you to imagine that person is going to pull the trigger in a year from now if you don't hit that goal. How would you show up in life? Are you going to take that goal casually? Are you going to be somebody that says, hey, you know what? I'll work on it when it's convenient. Are you going to be somebody that says, hey, you know what? I'll do it when I feel like doing it? How would you show up? How would you show up every single day if that thing was real, where it was really a do or die situation? How angry would you be? How obsessed would you be over that goal? How often would you be working on that thing during your free time if it was truly a do or die situation? For some of you here, I dare say this. You have been comfortable. You've been doing what's familiar, what's comfortable to you, and that's why it's known as the comfort zone. But how many of you would agree that the thing that you truly want in life is outside of your comfort zone? How many of you would agree? Okay, so I want to leave you with this, is that ultimately this event has been about messaging. And I know that when it comes to your message and putting it into an offer, putting it into a funnel, putting it into ads and traffic, that could be scary. Why? Because now you are putting yourself out there and your product out there, and it seems unfamiliar. It seems like people now criticize you for your work. It seems that it's something that is unfamiliar to you because it's beyond your comfort zone. But if you can approach your life, your goals, with that obsession, with that fire, with that burning desire, that is where you'll be able to have a life that is beyond your imagination 3 months, 6 months, a year, 5 years from now. If you can be reminded of how to approach your goals every single day. It's do or die. Okay, guys. That being said, right, for those of you that applied for Legacy Mentoring, if you're accepted, I look forward to seeing you on the weekly calls. If you sign up for the Game Changer Intensive, hopefully I'll see you at the live event. But one last thing that I want to be able to do, okay? I would like to ask, a small ask. Guys, is it okay if I have a small ask? Is that okay? Okay. So first one, I would like to do a quick group picture. Okay, guys. If you guys can just take 30 seconds, guys, just switch on your cameras once for like 10 seconds. Can we all do that, guys? Switch on your cameras right now. I would love to be able to remember this weekend, this moment with you guys. Well, you guys are the people who made it to the finish line, okay? Remember when we started, guys, I said to ask you guys, who are the people that's committed? Everybody said, I commit, I commit, I commit. There was about 400 plus people. Look at how many people stayed till the end. Guys, like I always said, right? People love to start. Barely do people actually finish, okay? And this journey, it doesn't matter where you start. It doesn't matter where you're at. It's all about how you finish that makes all the difference. Okay, guys? As you guys are doing this right now, go ahead and take a picture for yourself. A selfie mode, whatever it might be. Tag me on Instagram. Let me know what your biggest takeaway is. Would love to be able to hear what your biggest takeaway is in the last 3 days. Okay, so let me just post for my team here. Okay, guys, so go ahead and take that selfie, okay? And here's the last thing, okay? So every time I do this event, I personally feel that this event is like the best event of its kind. But obviously, I am very biased. So what I would love to be able to hear from you is I would love to be able to hear what your thoughts are, your takeaways from this last 3 days events. And if I could just ask a small favor, okay? If you guys can take 1 minute out. Guys, is it okay if I ask for a small favor? Is that okay? Cool, okay? So here's my ask, okay? My ask is, if you guys can take 1 minute and just head over to my Facebook page and just let me know what the last 3 days has meant for you. If you could leave me a quick review on what you learned as well as your biggest takeaway. I'm going to share my screen right now. This is what it looks like. If you go to facebook.com/pengjun/reviews, my team is going to drop the link in here. And basically, this, I would love to be able to hear your thoughts. Just need to go look for this tab over here that says reviews. Okay, go to Pengjun, facebook.com/pengjun. Or alternatively, you can just search for my name on Facebook. Make sure that there's the blue tick over here. There's a lot of fake Pengjun profiles out there. But if you could just take 1 minute off, let me know what your biggest takeaway is. If you choose to, you can also post a picture together with this review. So that way I'll be able to remember you as well. Okay, guys? But if you guys can just take 1 minute, let me know what the last 3 days has meant for you. That would be something I would really appreciate. Okay, just take 1 minute, go ahead and do this. And then after that, we'll kind of wrap up this event.
tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's get up. I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, spaced out, and losing our control. Fill up my cup, Mazel tov. Look at her dancing, just take it up. Let's bring the town, we'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof, and then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. 'Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Smash it. Like oh my God. Like oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's get up. Fill up my cup. Drink. Mazel tov. Look at her dancing. Move it, just take it up. Let's paint the town. Paint the town. We'll shut it down. Shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, do it, do it, do it. Here we come, here we go. We gotta rock, easy come, easy go. Now we on top, feel the shot, body rock, rock it, don't stop. Round and round, up and down, around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday to Sunday. Get with us. You know what we say. Party every day, party every day. And I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night.
All right, and begin finishing up, please. Begin finishing up. Okay, so first of all, guys, for those of you that left me a review, first of all, thank you so much for your kind words. Do not take that lightly. And I think that ultimately the best way to thank me is to just go out there and take action and implement. Okay, so guys, for those of you that applied, I will see you guys, and if you accepted, I will see you guys on the weekly coaching call soon. If you are the Game Changer Intensive or you're thinking about coming, guys, I want to be very transparent about one thing, is that this offer, as together with the coupon code, together with the bonuses, it will end on 11:59 p.m. Okay, so if you want to be able to take us up on this offer together with the coupon code and all of the bonuses, to make sure that you do it by today. Okay, and for those of you that's thinking about applying, go ahead and apply, fill up the application form right after this so that my team can schedule and plan you in if you're a good fit for us to work with each other. Okay, but again, guys, either way, whether you decide to work with us on a next level, whether you decide to join us at the event, or whether you choose to do it yourself, I hope that this last 3 days here has given you value. And remember, for those of you that sign up for the VIP session, I'm going to have a Q&A just for you guys 4 days from now, as well as a separate 30-day check-in 1 month from now. The exact times and details is all inside your members area portal. Be sure you sign up for that call. That's happening real soon if you are registered for VIP. So in that members area, you'll get all of the replays, and all of that's going to be posted when they render it in a couple of days. Okay, so that being said, guys, I know some of you might have some questions. I am going to leave this room open. So anything about, questions about the training, logistics, email, support, anything like that, I'm going to leave this room open. You can just type out your questions, and my team is here on standby so that rather, going back and forth via email, they can answer any of the questions that you might have right after this. Okay, guys, that being said, I am going to grab lunch. For those of you that is joining me for next level, I will see you guys real soon. But if not, I hope our paths will cross again soon. Okay, guys, that being said, I believe that my work here is done, but yours has just begun. I'm going to play a sizzle reel video for you guys. And if you have any questions, just stay on this call so that my team will answer your question. Okay, guys, that being said, let's all let it go together one last time. Can I have everybody just put both hands up like this? Here we go. 1, 2, and whoosh. Okay, guys, thank you all so much. Appreciate you guys. And I hope our paths will cross again soon. Bye for now. You might think that you showed up here today, flew in from 14 different countries across the globe to be here in Bali, took a week off away from family and business because you wanted strategies. Strategies on scaling your business, positioning offers, social media, automation, traffic, which we will go through. But what if it was more than that? And that this week would be that one defining event that will make all the difference for you, your business, and your life. There is not one single move that I'm making here this week that is not by design to help you, empower you, and free you from your self-imposed limitations. That everything is for a reason.
What Peng Joon is doing is different, is right on track, is so laser focused. You cannot other than succeed when you implement what he's teaching.
I'm old, I'm not techie, and I won't be able to do it. But for the last few days, Peng Joon just showed me the way. Reading all his content online is not going to help, because you personally have to be here for this retreat for 5 days and keep hearing him saying over and over again the same words, the same format. It will get into you.
So Peng Joon's one of the guys that actually cares about the people and not so much about the ticket sales. So for authenticity, I'm really going to nominate Peng Joon #1.
I'm happy you're just getting me to do what I know I need to do. I need to be here with my wife next year. I need to be here. I need to be a part of this. This is that extra thing that makes everything work for me. Guys, this is the whole key. Everything else is easy compared to this.
You will see behind the scenes to what it is that I do. The moves, the tactics, the strategies, the tech, the setup. I will only teach you what it is that I actually do. Nothing is left to theory.
Internet Mastery Retreat is the #1 event for you to come to without a doubt. He's really one of those type of speakers who leaves everything on the table, right? So he comes in full energy, keeps his energy high the whole time, and then when he gets back in the next day, you wondered, man, how does this guy have so much energy, you know?
I was cheering actually the day when Peng Joon asked his parents to go up the stage. And I really want to be like Peng Joon one day where I can like bring my parents up on the stage to make them proud. So that was the biggest thing for me.
So there's a lot of marketers out there that they brag about, getting a 10x ROI, getting these returns, these things, but we don't know if it's true. But you conducted a webinar, and that webinar alone changed my life because it brought an epiphany, and also it broke my 4-minute mile. I've never made that kind of amount in less than 2 hours, right?
What I've learned here, there is no one else, and I'm so excited to take it back to South Africa and actually help people with their businesses. This is proper marketing, and you can't find it anywhere in the world. Coming to this event, I actually have a really huge regret is that I didn't bring my partners along with me, and I just came here solo.
I flew my team here to support you. You will be able to connect with them, ask them questions on systems, traffic, automation, funnel design, copy. They are the same people that actually takes care of my stuff that happens behind the scenes.
He's got a decade of experience, and you don't have to make the mistakes. You don't have to go and try and trial and error and figure things out and waste money on ads. You can get the knowledge, you can get the experience, you can get the wisdom so that you can apply it in your niche so that you can get the benefit which Peng Joon's laid out for you. So guys, that's all I have to say. Get here, get the information so that you can implement and make the change.
When I'm done with you, when I've transferred to you the strategies, systems, templates, you will have what it is that I have.
Customers are in, revenues are in, and then what's next, right?
Before I meet Peng Joon, I was struggle. My business was slow. I'm not a speaker. I'm an introvert.
Didn't have proper systems in place in my own business.
Like I've been struggling my own way for a long, long time.
I am here at Peng Joon's scaling retreat, his first ever, which has been an amazing experience. I came in here with very high expectations, and he has massively exceeded those expectations as well. I actually thought we had a pretty organized office and a pretty structured company that I have, but after being here for the last 2-3 days, I have a lot of improvements to make, and boy, I've learned so much to make sure I can do that. Actually, I know it's going to help me scale to another level that I've been looking to achieve. When he starts delivering immediately. So there's not a lot of fluff, there's not a lot of just wasted time or wasted energy. So I love that he comes in and he just delivers. From the second he comes on stage, he is delivering content to the second he leaves. So I really appreciate that about him. But great information. But I love Peng, love what he's doing, love his style, love that he really, really does over-deliver. And that's one thing I heard is that he always over-delivers. And with my first event, I can tell you that's absolutely true.
I think this is one of the best events that I've ever been to as it relates to scaling a business. And I mean, Peng Joon literally shows you behind the scenes of what his team uses and all the different systems and structures, and you even get access to his team to ask questions about how they run this business so successfully. And it's just something that's really rare to see someone like him to really give us behind the doors to this. So really love the templates and scripts and different things that you can just plug into. I mean, literally so much of it just will save you so much time. I'm so excited about that.
I get to know this bunch of really, really energetic, passionate, and helpful team. So we get help from not just Peng Joon and Shu Ying, but also the entire team as well. Okay, so before I joined them, before attending their events, I never did more than $1 million a year. Okay, but that year we actually get coached by Peng Joon and Shu Ying and get help by his entire team. Right, we did nearly $2 million, and that got us to the 2 Comma Club Award, which we received in Funnel Hacking Live just recently. In Asia, in fact around the world, right, I cannot find any other company or dedicated of trainers who are so dedicated and with all the systems and processes to help, personally that help me to scale my team. Okay, look, as an entrepreneur, you can't do everything by yourself. You need to know how to manage people. For a long time, I didn't like it. I just wanted to do everything by myself. Okay, but there's a limit to my time and my capabilities. And I learned so much, okay, from how they led the company to where they are now, doing over $25 million already online. They're amazing. They do what they teach, and right, you will not go wrong, okay, if you follow them. You shortcut your way to success and make much more money faster than if you had done it all by yourself.
Like, I've been struggling my own way for a long time. You need experts, you need people who know what they're doing, holding your hand, showing you every step in the way. But not only that, they gave us all the secret sauce, all the hidden processes, you know, way over delivered on what I was expecting. And I feel like now I've got all the things that I need to put in place. Now I've got to do the work, but I'm ready to do it, and I can't wait to get home and start.
It's a very switched on person, just full of brilliant ideas. And like me, I resonate with him because he too is a marketer and I'm a marketer too. So they're like the perfect pair. I highly respect these two people because how they have such strong personalities, yet they're able to work together to build a great business.
And when it comes to scaling, there's a lot of like art to it because it's not just like overnight and then you get your revenue in. Okay, it's beyond just the sales funnel. Okay, it's how you manage your team. It's how you create process and systems in place. He's just being very authentic with sharing with me, and I would say his precision and accuracy in his advice it's something that I really appreciate, and he has just a lot of patience in coaching you.
I saw this event was being promoted and I'm like, this is exactly what I need to kind of plug those holes in my business. And coming to the event and just being, 2.5 days in now, I've already seen how I can make massive changes in my own business going forward to be able to scale those up, get the results that I'm after, but also take a lot of the work off myself and being able to delegate that to team members as well. So being able to fly over to Bali for an event like this and learn from him directly has been like extremely influential in where I'm going to take my business going forward.
I flew all the way over from US, 30 hours to be here just for these couple of days, and it was so worth it. Through this event, I learned to level up as a leader, and I now have all of the systems, the tools I need to implement this and grow my team and to be able to scale much faster. Not within the next several years, that kind of timeline, but in a much shorter timeline. It's just mind-blowing, amazing.
That I've learned all the processes, all the structures that I need in order to build a very solid team so that to take my business to the next level. So if you're looking to scale your business, this is what you need. Peng Joon is amazing because I've gotten a lot of ideas during this retreat. It really ignites my inspiration when it comes to not just putting things in process, but also when it comes to ads creation. It gives me a lot of idea so that I will be able to create ads that can act like a scroll stopper and pattern interrupt with all this skill that you will never find in the market. And that's
Okay, I'm very happy the scaling retreat by Peng Joon. Yeah, Peng Joon is a real practitioner. I can say this scaling retreat is the best training I ever attended in the world. Why? Because Peng Joon just talk the talk, but just walk the talk. He's a practitioner. All the template, all the done for you template, the SOP, the process, solve all the problems they are facing. Before I meet Peng Joon, I was struggle. My business was slow. I'm not a speaker, I'm an introvert, but Peng Joon coached me all the strategy, all the steps, asked me to do consistent, he motivated me, he coached me very passionate, so I'm doing a live webinar consistent, feel come again. Now fast forward today, I run total 100 live webinar just in 1 year, and it's 6-figure income for monthly. So Peng Joon totally changed my life. So if let's say you want to find the best mentor in your life, you face struggle, you can't believe whether you can do it or not, go for Peng Joon.
He's really, really amazing, and he's always here to actually give a lot of value, right? I didn't expect this 3 days to be such an amazing one. I thought I would just probably be just another seminar, another class that I'll be attending, but really this 3 days has been a mind-opener for me, and the amount of notes, the amount of patience, and the amount of guidance that he has this 3 days has been really all the way the roof. And I really want to thank him for actually giving us the systems in place to really help our business.
As a leader, as an entrepreneur, why it's so important to have systems, have processes. You're probably thinking, if you've been in business for a while, thinking, right, well, you know, I do need to have systems and processes in place. And most people, though, and let's be honest, don't have them, including myself. So coming here, the biggest thing I can take away is that you just get handed the systems. You get handed the processes to actually put in place. So to me, that is invaluable. That is, you can't put a price on that. That's years and years and years worth of putting these in place, and you just get handed it to me. So my biggest takeaway is, and my biggest gratitude is getting the processes, getting the systems to run the business that I can now give to my team, that I can help and direct and put in place and implement. So that to me has been the biggest takeaway.
And PengJun allows me to let go of certain things that are holding me back and really improve myself, not only as a marketer, but actually as a person. He first told us to focus on what is really, really very important to us, which is family. Looking forward to, after the event, to implement the time study on myself so that I can spend more time with my family.
It's been totally amazing. If you're serious about scaling your business, this is the place you want to be. My biggest takeaway is really the systems and processes that PengJun has in place that we're able to now systemize and put into our businesses. You know, Xunmin was absolutely amazing as well in terms of how to manage a team and what to put in place there. But likewise, guys, if you're ever thinking about scaling and looking for someone to go to where everything's all laid out, be nice and easy, this is the place to be.
PengJun really brings out his heart to teach. He give up everything from him. That's why I really appreciate and very thank you to you, PengJun. With all the assets, all the templates, all the what they are having it, they give everything transparent to us. So that I really appreciate it. So today I'm here. And all the scaling retreats, other retreats, even the mastermind, everything I'll be there because of him.
I've been messing up in my business because there are no processes and systems. And I have most of the PengJun's products or his books, but this event is different. I'm mind-blown, and it's basically over-delivered. So it's worth much more than what I paid for.
It will give you clarity to build a strong foundation for your company's system and processes that enables you to scale your company in a faster way. PengJun has really been very kind to give us all, and I mean all, his processes and system in the company, and he opens up his company and let us like study through how he built his company from ground to where he is today.
PengJun is an amazing guy. Like, you know, I don't think I've met anyone like him. Such a visionary, such a leader, very inspiring as a character, very focused, and then a lot of key things from him, his personality.
Big part in any events that they organize.
If you want to really scale up your business, come for this retreat. Don't think about it. Just simply come.
Go for PengJun. Trust me, your life will be changed.
There's no real way for me to grow or scale my current business, and it was a very frustrating time because I really didn't know anything.
Instead of going through all the trial and errors and mistakes, it's kind of like giving his 10 years experience to me.
Without his inspiration, right, I wouldn't have been doing what I'm doing now. I had no idea about all this funnels and ads and techie stuff. And the truth is that you actually don't really need to understand those tactical things when you know who you can go to help you to get that out.
About 2 years ago, I went to this internet marketing event, a really, really big event, and I saw PengJun speak live. And I thought this event had about 2,000-3,000 people that went to this event. And out of like all the different speakers that were at this event, PengJun turned up. And when he spoke on stage, I already knew, I wrote it down in my goal diary that I want to work with this guy.
Okay, and I've seen Peng Joon grow over the years. I've seen how he is able to serve more and more people, how he's able to create more and more products online and in different niches. I know Peng as somebody that he does what he says.
I was looking for a way in how to make my game bigger, where I want to create my own products, I want to have my own events, I want to impact more lives. The thing is this, I didn't know how to do just that.
Not only do you get a lot of good strategic guidance from the man himself, Peng Joon, but you get his whole team as well. He really helped me out with getting my head around marketing and, you know, Peng Joon's whole team. So that's the real benefit about Legacy, is that you get access to people who are in the trenches, who are doing the work, who are practitioners, not theorists.
And, you know, I scrolled on Facebook, saw somebody, his name is Peng Joon. And what happened is I followed this person. And ever since, that brought me to who I am today.
I knew there was more out there. Like I needed someone who would actually can see where I'm at and take a macro perspective of, you know, where I'm at and is able to sort of take me from, you know, where I am and guide me to where I want to be.
And because looking back at my own company, I realized that I have difficulty finding the right people. I have difficulty hiring the right people. And even if I hire them, like I don't really know how to utilize their gifts and talents. It just didn't work out very well for me in terms of scaling the business. I had a lot of frustration.